Welcome back, Brothers Table, where tonight we have Primarch Vulkan leading the Salamanders at a brutal war against Khârn and the world leaders. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like, comment on videos and topics you want to see in the future. Sure, subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. You have been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the video.
Pyraxis Magna had been built to outlive empires. Its furnace continents groaned beneath the weight of foundry cathedrals, whose iron naves stretched for leagues beneath soot-choked skies. Its ash oceans rolled in black tides against breakwaters of adamant and basalt, bearing the runoff of 10,000 manufactura in steaming poisonous surf. Shrine spires rose through the smoke like spears driven into the heavens by the hand of a wrathful god, each one crowned with braziers large enough to be seen from orbit, each one ringing with bells that tolled for labor, for prayer, for shift change, for births, for the accounting of the dead. Beneath those towers and around them, between them and under them, packed into the hive belts that girdled the world like iron thorns, lived uncounted multitudes, tens of billions of souls, workers and factorum thralls, furnace priests and line overseers, pilgrims, chem haulers, hab serfs, militia, bonded clan labourers, administratum clerks, engine adepts, sump dredgers, ore casters, soldiery, and the innumerable nameless wretches whose lives fed the forges until their bodies gave out and their ashes were mixed with promethium soot and cast upon the winds. Pyraxis Magna was a world of labour and devotion, of heat and iron and sacred exhaustion. It stood upon the ragged edge of the cicatrix maledictum, where the great rift stained heaven and soul alike. Men born beneath its furnace glow grew up with blood in their cough and prayer in their teeth. They knew that the galaxy was a place of monsters. They knew that death was the coin with which mankind purchased another hour beneath the Emperor's light. They knew all these things. Yet when the end came down out of the void, it came with such speed and such unclean majesty that even those raised upon a forged shrine world thought, for one small and vanishing instant, that the sky itself had opened to damn them. Colonel Merrick Vale was on the western command bastion of Cinder Spire Prime when the warning sirens failed. They did not crescendo into full alarm. They did not give the ordered rise and fall of invasion protocol. They choked. One long metallic howl dragged across the upper hive, judded into static, and died as if a giant hand had closed around the throat of the city. The sound left behind an absence more terrible than noise. Men paused at Auspex stations. Vox officers stared at dead rune sheets. Servitors twitched in their harness frames and leaked oil from ruptured cranial ports. Above the command dais, the picked screens that should have shown orbital disposition and fleet pattern dissolved into grain, then lines, then blackness, lit only by rune flashes of system failure. Vale stood very still. He was a hard-faced man with furnace scars across one side of his neck, and the old habit of keeping one gauntleted hand close to the pommel of his service sabre, though he had not drawn it in 20 years. The ash-grey greatcoat of the Pyraxis line regiments hung, heavy from his shoulders. Its cuffs were dark with machine grease and old blood. He looked not at the failing instruments, but at the men around him. Panic spread fastest where discipline was weakest. A commander who stared at broken augurs invited fear to do the rest. "Report," he said. His voice cut across the command gallery like a blade. It brought men back to themselves. Lieutenant Geras, white about the mouth, pulled off his Vox set and swallowed. "Orbital auger net is gone, Lord Colonel. All upper stations. The defense lattice has ceased response. Naval Command is not answering. There is interference across every sanctioned band." Interference from what? Geras looked toward the darkened screens as if they might yet speak. Unknown. There were things in the Imperium more dangerous than ignorance, but not many. Vale turned away from the command pit and strode to the armored viewport that looked east across Cinder Spire Prime. He had seen the sky over. Piraxis Magna, in every mood it possessed. He had seen it bronze with furnace haze, black with ashfall, violet with upper atmosphere fire from re-entry traffic, livid with the reflected storms that boiled forever over the ash oceans. He had never seen it clot with red. The cloud banks above the hive were darkening, thickening, not with weather, but with a malign suffusion, as though blood had been poured into the very firmament and was now spreading through it in slow, corrupting blooms. Lightning flashed inside that redness. Not white, not blue, a deep arterial glare that turned the smoke towers into black needles and made the shrine domes gleam like wet organs. Somewhere far out over the manufacturum districts, bells began to ring. Not in order, not by command. One here, one there, then 100, then 1,000, every tower in the hive taking up its own desperate voice until the whole city was clanging at heaven in terror. A whisper passed through the command bastion behind him, not spoken by one mouth, but by many. The rift. Vale ignored it. He had no need of superstition. The facts, when they came, were horror enough. A tech adept collapsed from his cogitator throne with blood running from his eyes. The Auspex altar at the center of the room spat sparks and then displayed a single burst of returning signal before blowing out in a storm of shattered glass and metal teeth. For the space of one heartbeat, one image had appeared upon its dead screen. Ships, not ordered squadrons, not the clean geometric disposition of Navy battle groups, not the stately wrath of Imperial battle fleets. They were shaped like wounds, kill ships with flensed hulls and brass-spiked rams, murder hulks great as city districts, their plating engraved with impossible runes and the grinning masks of old slaughter gods. Engine signatures that bled across detection returns like torn flesh. Demon engines hanging in the void upon chain-linked umbilicals. Escort craft moving in. Ragged swarms around the larger vessels like carrion birds around carcasses. They had not translated into real space in sane formation. They had come in a crescent, bent inward, like the smile of a butcher leaning over a block. The image died. The room went dark again. Vale did not need a second glance. He had campaigned long enough to know the look of madness made material. "General alarm," he said. "Wake every reserve cohort. Seal the pilgrimage ways. Raise all void shield citadels. Full mobilization across every hive belt. Inform the planetary governor that we are under attack." A pause. Then Geras, too frightened not to ask, said, "By whom, Lord Colonel?" Before Vale could answer, the heavens did it for him. The first orbital dock died in silence. High above Cinderspire Prime, Station Lux Ferrum had hung for 2 centuries over the upper shipping lanes, receiving pilgrim barges and ore lifters under the protection of the defense grid. Men in the hive watched it, vanish, as if a star had been pinched out by fingers no mortal could see. One instant it burned in the crimson murk, all steel silhouette and running lights. The next, a bloom of internal fire flowered through its spine. Then came the delayed thunder of atmosphere-transmitted destruction, a deep, godless concussion that rolled over the hive and shook soot from every ledge and Saint Face. A second later, the station broke apart. Sections of burning hulls screamed downward through the red sky, trailing debris and bodies. Some fragments were large enough to be mistaken for meteors. Others were little more than flaming scraps. They all struck somewhere. Hab blocks, transit rails, manufactorum roofs, processional ways packed with the labor shift changing over. A line of pilgrims in ash-white robes was simply erased when a cargo plate the size of a Hab tower smashed into the avenue where they stood. Then the rest of the void began to fall. Drop pods came first, hundreds and then thousands, stabbing through the blood-colored firmament on columns of fire. Assault rams followed them, thick-nosed and brutal, built not for elegance of descent, but for impact, for penetration, for the joy of collision. Gunships hung from chain harnesses beneath larger landers like blades on execution rigs, their engines screaming through prayer and siren alike. The upper tiers of the hive vanished into a storm of detonations as the first wave struck. Pressure locks failed across the orbital interface levels. Whole galleries decompressed, vomiting men and women and cargo into open sky. Emergency bulkheads slammed shut on limbs and necks. Stampedes started in the shrine transit halls. Arbites opened fire on panicked crowds to keep evacuation lanes clear and killed hundreds in doing so. Defense batteries belched flak into the air until their tracking spirits were blinded and their crews torn apart by incoming shrapnel. The invasion had not yet fully begun, and already millions were dead. Vale was issuing firing coordinates when a captain of the cathedral militia ran into the command bastion with blood sprayed across his surplice and one hand missing below the wrist. "They are in the upper sanctums," the man gasped. "They came through the dock chapels and the reliquary halls. Throne preserve us. They are killing their own. They are killing anything that moves." Something struck the bastion roof hard enough to crack the adamant bracing overhead. Then again. Then a third time, with such force that dust and glowing fragments rained down from the vaulted ceiling. Bolter fire thundered from the outer galleries, not the measured volleys of disciplined defense, but the closer, uglier sound of battle at knife range. Vale drew his saber. The old instinct came back into his bones with terrible ease. He did not know if the blade would matter against what had come, but an officer died standing, or he did not deserve the coat he wore. The blast doors at the far end of the chamber buckled inward. Their locking bars shrieked. A moment later, they burst from their mountings in a shower of rivets and red-lit smoke. What entered had once been a space marine. That truth could be read in the scale of it, the brutal architecture of its warplate, the genetic atrocity visible in the proportions of its limbs, and the inhuman certainty of its movement. Yet whatever nobility the gene forges had once put into that shape was gone, flayed away, burned out, fed to madness. Brass snarled across red armor hacked with old scars and fresh kill notches. Chain axes roared in clenched fists. Helms glared with eye lenses like furnace coals. Some wore necklaces of finger bones. Some had strips of skin nailed to their cuirasses. One had an imperial officer's spine hanging from his belt like a trophy charm. Behind them came more and more again, filling the ruined portal in a tide of red ceramite and butcher noise. World Eaters. The name moved through the command chamber not as speech, but as despair. They fell upon the defenders at once. No challenge, no demand for surrender, no proclamation of grievance, creed, or conquest. There would be no tallying of terms, no ritual of occupation, no warrior's courtesy. They had not come to subdue Piraxis Magna. They had come to offer it up. Laser guns fired, men screamed. A heavy bolter emplacement traversed and stitched mass reactive shells through the first ranks of the invaders, blasting one traitor apart from gorget to hip in a fountain of blood, ceramite, and ribs. The others did not slow. One hit the gun line like an artillery shell in human shape and tore the weapon from its mount with both hands before using it to pulp the crew. Another vaulted the command pit and buried his chain axe in a Vox officer so deeply that the teeth burst from the man's spine in a spray of red vapor. Vale killed one. It was a ridiculous thing, a mortal's blade against an Astartes of the Long War, but the traitor came at him. Half-turned after gutting Lieutenant Geras, and Vale drove his saber into the softer join beneath the gorget seal. He felt the point strike something vital. Hot blood blasted over his hand. The giant snarled, seized him by the throat, and lifted him from the deck. Vale's boots kicked in open air. His vision dimmed. Then the traitor's head came off. It spun away, trailing black-red gore, helm still snarling, and crashed into the Auspex altar hard enough to break it in two. The headless corpse remained standing for an impossible instant, arterial blood pumping from the ragged stump in violent jets. Then it toppled. Something greater had entered the chamber. At first, Vale thought the red light itself had taken shape. Then the smoke thinned, and he saw the warrior striding through the ruin of his own followers, as if they were no more than tall grass before a wildfire. He was huge even among his kind, ancient in the way of things that had killed for 10,000 years and been sharpened by each century rather than worn down. His armor was the color of old murder. Brass snarled over its plates in snarling bands and blasphemous icons. Runes burned across him like fresh-opened wounds. In one gauntlet, he held a bolt pistol blackened by endless use. In the other, he carried a chain axe the size of a man, its teeth shrieking with a hunger that seemed almost animal. Blood covered him, blood old and blood new, blood in steaming coats across his cuirass, blood in the links at his belt, blood running from the weapon in his hand, blood on the deck where he walked, though it was impossible to say whether it dripped from wounds or simply answered his passing. A World Eater lunged past him in eagerness, trying to reach the surviving defenders first. The giant did not even turn fully. Gorechild swept out in one brutal arc and split the warrior from shoulder to hip, showering the walls with meat and broken red armor. He killed his own as carelessly as breathing. Proximity to him was death. Opposition was merely another form of nearness. Khârn. The name was not spoken in the chamber. It existed there as revelation. He looked at Vale once, and the colonel understood with cold certainty that he had been measured and discarded as unworthy. Khârn was hunting something else, something greater, some promise of slaughter this bastion could not satisfy. He walked forward through fire and screaming men, and every World Eater in the room either surged after him or died because they had not moved quickly enough. By the time the red tide had passed, the command bastion was a slaughterhouse. Vale found himself on hands and knees amid the dead. His throat throbbed where giant fingers had bruised it. The command gallery was gone. The pick screens were smashed. The officers he had known for years were meat on the walls or pieces on the floor. Through the broken viewport, he could see Cinderspire Prime burning. He forced himself upright. Across the city, the invasion had multiplied beyond reason. Hive after hive flashed with impacts and secondary fires. 7 entire belt districts were ablaze from Transit Route to Upper Spire. Ash waste refineries beyond the outer walls were erupting in chains of orange-white fire. One by one, the Void Shield citadels went dark, their domes collapsing in bursts of blue static as boarding actions or sabotage claimed them. All traffic channels were jammed with pleas, screams, broken prayers, overlapping orders, and the flat recitation of casualty strings too large for the human mind to hold. Billions of bodies were moving now, drawn into the furnace of mobilization. Regiments called from their barracks. Militia herded onto walls. Labor masses driven into trench lines with shock mauls and blessing seals. Medical stations overrun before their triage doors had finished opening. Shrine plazas turned into ammunition depots. Mortuary guilds pressed into corpse clearance before the dead had even cooled. And amid it all, the traitors built. Not fortifications, not camps, pyramids. Skulls were being stacked in the streets by the thousands, then tens of thousands, dragged from fresh corpses and mortuary stores alike, plastered together with blood and offal into rising, obscene geometries. At first, Vale thought it was the usual savagery of the enemy, the barbaric exaltation of the warp cursed. Then he saw where they were raising them, at junctions where old magma conduits ran beneath the hive, at transit nodes above the geothermal shafts, at shrine intersections aligned to the ancient lines of the world's volcanic heart. The pattern was deliberate. The city was not merely being butchered, it was being prepared. A new Vox channel broke through the static, somehow stronger than all the rest. Not clean, not disciplined. A raw, open-band snarl that overrode command frequencies by force alone. Vale heard gunfire behind the transmission, screams, chain blades, the roar of fires. Then a voice. It was not loud, yet it filled every speaker and every listening soul like a blade entering flesh. Let them send champions. I will teach them what survives a god." The words came from the shattered gate district of Cinderspire Prime, where once the pilgrim roads entered, beneath statues of forge saints and drake martyrs. Now the gates were broken, and the road before them was choked with corpses. Through magnocular relay, flickering and unstable, Vale saw him standing there, Khârn the betrayer. Gorechild was planted head down in a mound of dead so high that it resembled a throne built from the failure of flesh. Around him, the world eaters roared and butchered and piled skulls in the reeking heat. Behind him, the city burned red beneath the redder sky. He did not raise his arms. He did not need to. Every eye that beheld him knew at once that the war had a center, and that it was him. Deep beneath the hive, far below the screaming transit tunnels and the firelit vault, roads, below the heat exchangers and the magma cisterns, and the sealed machine crypts where no living laborer had set foot in 1,000 years, something ancient stirred. In drake-wrought chambers crusted with age-blackened sigils, in vaults hammered by hands no longer remembered by any living world, old mechanisms shuddered into wakefulness. Bronze seals cracked, dust cascaded from dormant helms and weapon racks. Runes hidden since the age of legends kindled one by one in ember glow, as though some vast buried forge had heard the blood being spilled above and answered with a breath drawn after 10,000 years of silence. Nocturne did not know silence. Even in the hours men named night, when the forge clans withdrew from the outer slag roads, and the wind howled over obsidian ridges, blacker than the void between stars, the world still spoke in fire. Mountain throats muttered in their sleep. Lava seas shifted beneath crusted skins of cooling stone with sounds like the turning of vast chains. The deep forges beneath Hesiod and the scattered sanctuary, keeps of the chapter boomed and sighed as reactors breathed, crucibles overturned, and sacred hammers rang upon iron in patterns older than half the Imperium's worlds. The planet was alive in a fashion that would have terrified lesser men. Its heart burned close to the skin. Its storms carried sparks instead of rain. Its deserts were glass, where the old eruptions had run hot enough to turn ground into mirrors for flame. Upon that harsh and revered world the Salamanders had endured, and upon that world they received the cry of Piraxis Magna. It came broken, not as a clean astropathic dispatch carrying seal runes and proper chains of command, but as a torn thing dragged across the bruised dark tides of the warp and cast half-ruined into the receiving sanctum beneath the fortress monastery. The air in the chamber had turned cold when the first pulse arrived, then hot enough to make mortal attendants flinch, then cold again. Candles guttered green. Brass sensor chains rattled of their own accord. The astropath at the center of the shrine throne convulsed so violently that blood burst from his nose and stained the copper grate beneath him. Around the throne, sigil wards etched into black stone flared and dimmed, struggling to contain whatever storm had ridden the message in. Tushan stood as immovable as a bastion in the half-dark. He wore no helm. Firelight moved across the dark green plates of his armor and picked out the old scars burned into the exposed skin of his face. His features were stern, even in stillness, shaped by command and by the Promethean burden of leading warriors who measured strength not by conquest alone, but by what they preserved from the fire. Beside him stood Vulkan Hestan, the Forge Father's mantle heavy across his shoulders, his gauntleted hands clasped behind his back with such force that the plates of his armor groaned softly against one another. Adrax. Agatone paced like a caged drake on the far side of the chamber, thick with old battle scars and fresh impatience, his heavy tread sending echoes into the vaulting above. The astropath screamed, not with human terror, with the raw and ruinous strain of carrying too much death in one frail vessel. Then the message broke through. Static snarled from the vox altars. Rune chains flickered. A city of ghost sound poured into the sanctum all at once. Alarms dying in their throats. Massed prayer from a billion frightened mouths. The crack of gunfire, shattering metal. And beneath it all, a rising ocean of panic, too large to belong to a single army or a single hive. Fractured scraps of speech followed, cut apart by interference and the malign dragging claws of the Great Rift. Cinder spire under breach. Void lattice gone. 7 belts burning. Repeat, 7 belts. Skull mounds in the transitways. By the throne, they are in the chapels. Evacuation route Gamma has collapsed. Millions dead, millions dead, millions dead. The last phrase repeated in different voices until it ceased to sound like speech and became mere impact, like shells striking a wall again and again. Then another voice came through the ruin. Mortal, hoarse, still trying to command, while the world around him came apart. Planetary mobilization enacted. Priority signal to any loyal force within reach. This is Colonel Merrick Vale of the Paraxis Line Regiments. World Eaters present in force. I say again, World Eaters present in force. This is not a raid. This is planetary. The message vanished into shrieking static. Adrax stopped pacing at once. His eyes, hard and ember-bright in the firelight, narrowed to killing slits. Then there is no question, he said. We make for Paraxis Magna without delay. The butcher's dogs must be beheaded before they root themselves in the hives. Tushan did not answer him immediately. He was still looking at the rune boards. At the casualty fragments and thermal signatures, the data servitors were fighting to assemble from the ruin of the transmission. When he spoke, his voice was low and heavy. Each word weighed. How many evacuation corridors remain open? One of the surf officiants faltered, clearly startled by the question. He had expected wrath, or a demand for fleet disposition, or a name to strike from some ancient ledger of vengeance. Tushan looked at him once. The mortal straightened, as if a lash had cracked across his spine. We cannot know with precision, Lord, the serf said. The signal corruption is severe. There are references to upper hive breaches, decompression loss, civil panic, and failure of several transit sanctums. The lower estimates place the dead already in the millions. Then the true number is worse, said Tushan. It will worsen by the hour, Adrax growled. So long as Khârn draws breath, he will drown. That world in blood. Strike at the head. Let the body fail with it. Vulkan Hestan had not yet spoken. His gaze remained fixed upon the rune sheets fluttering across the projection altar. At first, Tushan thought him merely studying the incoming tactical fragments, but the Forge Father's stillness had changed. It was not the stillness of calculation. It was the stillness of recognition. Histan, Tushan said. What do you see? The Forge Father stepped forward. He reached into the drifting haze of light and data with one gauntleted finger, not touching any single rune, but tracing the spaces between them as though following veins hidden beneath skin. The transmission flickered under his hand. Static hissed, rearranged, and revealed beneath the apparent chaos a pattern so old and subtle that no untrained eye could have taken it for anything but signal corruption. These are not random thermal echoes, Histan said quietly. Adrax frowned. Speak plainly, brother. Histan's expression had gone strange, not with fear, but with the burden of a possibility he had guarded in silence for years. There are marks hidden within the distress traffic, heat signatures folded into the astropathic scarring, forge cant, archaic, very old, not the machine binharic of Mars, not the common thermal script of foundry worlds. This is of our line, older than the chapter, older than the founding of the Imperium as we now know it. Tushan stepped nearer. He could see it then, faint and intermittent, as though some hand on the far side of the storm had written in fire through layers of blood and static. Not letters in any mortal tongue, but shaping signs, furnace geometry, old Promethean keying. His jaw hardened. "Vulkan," he said. Stan inclined his head once. "Of his age, or of those who wrought in his hand's shadow, I have seen these marks only in relic fragments recovered from the deepest vaults. Paraxis Magna is not merely a forge world under siege. Something beneath it answers to craft long buried." Adrax bared his teeth, not in mirth. "All the more reason to strike at once. If Khârn has scented what lies below, he will gut the world to reach it." "He will gut it regardless," said Tushan. "The question is, how many souls may yet be drawn out from the furnace before the killing becomes irrecoverable?" He turned from the altar and strode to the great map table of the Nocturne system. Servitors shambled to life around it, their half-human mouths muttering fleet catechisms as hololithic projections rose in green fire. Paraxis Magna shimmered above the table's surface as a red-streaked orb half-veiled by the sick glow of the Great Rift. Roots of translation, real space vectors, fuel estimates, and known warp shoals spiraled out from it in iron script. "Rouse the 3rd, the 5th, and the 7th, Tushan said. "Ready fire drake formations and full breach cadres. Pull every available strike cruiser from patrol. Recall out-system escorts. Signal our kin among the Promethean Brotherhood and any successor within sane reach of the Rift Fringe. Tell them this is no matter of prestige and no duel of vainglory. A Hive-Forge world is burning. We go to save what can yet be saved." The serfs and officers moved at once. Orders spread through the fortress monastery like sparks through dry cloth. Adrax's gauntlet closed over the pommel of his weapon. "Give me the spear point," he said. "Put me upon the first deck that makes translation, and I will carve a road to the betrayer's throat." "And if Khârn is only the blade," Stan replied, "and not the hand?" The chamber seemed to tighten. Adrax turned on him. "What hand?" Stan looked again toward the rune signatures. "Something older stirs beneath Paraxis Magna. Khârn's presence explains the slaughter. It does not explain these marks. He is catastrophe enough by himself, yet the world answers in ways he could not command by mere rage. If there is an ancient forge nexus below that hive, and if blood is being shed according to some hidden design, then the threat is not only the World Eaters, it is what may wake with them." Tushan's gaze remained upon the hololith, but his thoughts had already gone elsewhere, down through old memory and older hope. For 10,000 years the sons of Vulkan had searched. Relics, signs, half-buried remembrances, a path of embers scattered through history by a father who had vanished into legend and promise. Many had spoken the sacred words with reverence, some with desperation, none lightly. The mountain beneath the fortress groaned. All 3 Astartes went still. At first it sounded like distant ordnance. Then the floor shook once, hard enough to rattle the hanging braziers and send flakes of black ash drifting from the vaulted ceiling. A second tremor followed. Somewhere outside, bells began to toll from the shrine courts and training precincts, not in alarm, in confusion. A serf stumbled into the sanctum, ash on his face, eyes wide. "My lords," he said, breath failing in the presence of them. "The mountain forges. Vent-arrays are cracking. The western fire vents have opened without command. The flame shrines are—" He stopped, as though he dared not continue. "Speak," said Tushan. "The Drake spirits are restless, lord." Adrax would have rebuked another mortal for such phrasing, but there was no superstition in Nocturne's forge cults that had not been tempered by some truth of heat, stone, and machine. Outside the sanctum, the mountain roared again, louder now. The sound rolled through the fortress like a living thing clearing its throat after ages of silence. Then, very faintly, from beyond the great doors, came another sound. Whispering. Not one voice, but many, rising among the serfs and shrine tenders in spreading waves that moved through the monastery, like a dangerous breeze. "Vulkan lives." No one within the sanctum repeated it. The phrase had weight enough without echo. Forbidden, not because it was blasphemy, but because hope can wound more deeply than any chain blade when it proves false. Khârn turned at once. Without requesting leave, without apology, he crossed the chamber and departed through the side arch leading downward into the relic vaults. Khârn watched him go and did not call him back. He knew where the Forge Father was bound, deep under the living mountain, past gates of bronze and obsidian sealed with thermal locks only the highest keepers of the chapter could open, lay sanctums where fragments of impossible history slept in carefully maintained dusk. A broken scale from a drake hunted in the age of myth, splinters of masterwork plate, weapon shards that carried machine signatures no forge on Nocturne could replicate, relic fragments gathered across ages by men who had never ceased believing that the path of embers was real. Khârn entered the innermost chamber alone. The air inside was still, close, and hot in the old way of places built within volcanic stone. Reliquaries lined the walls, each one sealed within crystal and warding sigils, each one lit by a low ember lamp that should have cast a steady glow. Yet the lamps had guttered low, almost out, as though another light in the chamber had rendered them weak by comparison. At the center of the sanctum stood the casket of fragments. Khârn had knelt before it in prayer more times than he could count. He had opened it with reverence, with grief, with the private hunger of a son who had spent his life chasing the promise of a father he had never truly known. Never had he seen it thus. The relics were burning, not consumed, not melting, burning with white heat so intense that the air above them wavered. The broken spear tip, the scorched scale, the half-charred seal fragment etched with old Promethean geometry, every piece. Within the casket blazed as though it had been thrust into the heart of a forge. No fuel fed the flame, no torch touched them. They answered something beyond the chamber, beyond perhaps the fortress itself. Their light struck across Khârn's dark armor and painted the walls in pallid fire. The Forge Father did not speak. He knelt, slowly, one knee to stone. He felt no fear then, only the terrible nearness of fulfillment. Above, Nocturne shook again. Across the fortress monastery, klaxons joined the bells as launch protocols engaged. Great blast doors opened to the night. Crew serfs ran beneath cargo lifters, carrying shells the size of men. Thunderhawks were armed upon magma-lit gantries. Strike cruisers awoke in high anchor. Battle barges drank promethium and reactor sacrament in preparation for war. Fire drakes assembled in silence, each brother a wall of drake-scale cloaks, thunderhammers, and promethium-fed wrath. Armored columns rolled from their vaults in growling files of tracked iron. Forge serfs hauled crates of melter charges, ammunition seals, sanctified fuel, and breaching gear beneath the watch of tech marines, chanting machine benedictions over every locking clasp and combustion feed. Astropathic choirs bled themselves into the void to summon aid from successor brethren and Promethean kindred. Hope spread with the mobilization, but it did not brighten the mood of the chapter. It made it heavier, harder to breathe beneath. Khârn stood upon an upper bastion, overlooking the mustering courts, while the launch horns sounded through the night. Adrax came to him there, helm under one arm, the red furnace glow painting both of them in the semblance of old statues risen to war. "The fleet will be ready soon," Adrax said, "if Peraxis still stands by the time we make translation." "It stands," said Khârn. "Whether as a world or a pyre remains to be seen." For a time, they watched the preparations in silence. Strikecraft lifted on, columns of fire. Servitor trains crawled like iron insects below. The mountain beyond the fortress breathed sparks from fresh opened vents, as though the world itself strained to witness what its sons would do. At length, Adrax said, "You believe it." Khârn did not pretend ignorance. "I believe something has changed. And if it is true, The chapter master's face did not alter, but something older and sadder moved beneath it. "If it is true," he said, "then we shall be saved and broken in the same hour. What son is ready for the return of his Primarch? We have built ourselves upon his absence as much as upon his teachings. To stand before him would be blessing, judgment, and the end of every excuse we have ever made in his name." Adrax looked out over the mustering host. "Then let him judge us in war." Below them, the great embarkation chants rose louder. Far beneath them, far below the fortress and the forge vaults and the magma chambers where the mountain kept its old and violent heart, there was a chamber no serf entered and few masters remembered. It had been sealed by craft beyond the age of the chapter, buried in black volcanic stone and hidden behind lockworks that answered to no common key. No bell reached it, no launch horn disturbed it. Yet the tremors moved through the deep rock and found it. So too did the heat. So too did the impossible answering light of the relics above. In that buried crypt, a figure sat motionless upon a throne of basalt and dark metal. He was vast, not the vastness of exaggeration, nor the grand distortion of shrine art, but the true scale of something wrought for the first and greatest age of war. Blackened bronze skin lay over muscle like forged plate over furnace core. Old scars crossed that flesh in pale cords. His hair hung in heavy shadow. One giant hand rested upon the arm of the throne, the other upon his knee. Dust lay over him. Time lay over him. Silence had wrapped itself around him for longer than kingdoms endured. Then his chest rose. A breath entered him like fire drawn into a forge. His eyes opened, and ember light spilled into the dark. The first sound was not a footstep. It was the long and iron-throated unsealing of locks that had not turned since the Imperium was young enough to remember hope without irony. Deep beneath the mountain, where Nocturne's old heat pressed through the stone and made the walls sweat black mineral tears, bronze wards cracked one by one along the rim of the buried vault. Sigils hammered there by dead artificers awakened in bands of ember red. Great bars the thickness of dreadnought limbs withdrew into the rock with the groaning complaint of imprisoned ages. Dust burst from the seams in choking clouds. The crypt became a furnace of stirred ash and old heat. Tushan came down into that dark with Hestan and Adrax at either hand, and with them came a chosen knot of chaplains, fire drakes, drake-scale cloaks, hanging heavy from their shoulders, thunder hammers silent in their gauntlets, as if even war had learned reverence in this place. No one spoke. The air was too full, not merely with heat, but with a pressure older than memory, as though the mountain itself had bent inward to hear what would follow. The doors opened inward. Flame came through first, not wildfire nor promethium flare, but a dense and white-hot breath drawn from the heart of a forge, rolling low across the floor in a tide of searing brilliance. Mortal attendants would have burned where they stood. The Salamanders did not move. Their armor glowed dull along the edges. Heat shimmered over the drake scale of their mantles. Through that white light, something vast advanced, not hurrying, not hesitating, but with the ponderous certainty of an anvil set in motion. Vulkan emerged from the fire-sealed vault, like a thing made by craft rather than nature. He was greater than even the chapter's oldest statuary had dared to claim. Not merely taller than any space marine, though he was that by a measure that mocked comparison, but broader, denser, burdened with the terrible physical authority of one of the Emperor's first sons. His skin was dark as furnace metal after quenching, blackened bronze beneath scars pale as slag lines. Those scars were many. Some looked like blade marks, some like burns, some like wounds no mortal weapon could have made. His hair hung heavy about his shoulders. His features were stern and powerful, but time and suffering had hammered them into something harsher than any shrine carver's paternal ideal. His eyes burned with a low inner glow, ember light banked behind volcanic stone. He wore no crown. No halo field blazed around him. No choir sang his coming. He needed none of it. His presence struck the chamber harder than a broadside. Every salamander there felt it in the machine spirit growl of his armor, in the pull of instinct older than doctrine, in the sudden and brutal understanding that all their legends had been small things built around a truth too vast for memory to keep whole. This was no relic, no dream, no pious fiction dragged from the ashes to comfort the desperate. This was Vulkan. Histan fell to one knee at once, head bowed, his spear laid reverently across his forearms. Khârn did not kneel, for he was chapter master and master of himself, but he bowed with a solemnity that would have been unthinkable before any other living being. Adrax followed suit a heartbeat later, though in him the motion was almost violent, as if he had to force pride and awe into proper order before his gene-sire. Vulkan stopped before them. He did not lift a hand in blessing, did not speak a son's name in recognition. He looked upon them in silence, and that silence was harder to bear than any thunderous proclamation might have been. He studied them as a smith studies tempered metal drawn from the quench, seeking flaws in the grain, warping, in the line, hidden fractures beneath a sound surface. His gaze moved over Khârn's scarred bearing, Histan's relic-laden armor, Adrax's furnace-burned plate and scar-heavy fists. He took in their heraldry, their weapons, the drake signs upon their cloaks, the marks of 10,000 years of endurance laid upon the line he had left behind. At length he spoke. His voice was deep enough that the stone itself seemed to answer it. There was no theatricality in it, no crafted grandeur, only the immense and weary strength of something that had spoken command over battlefields larger than worlds. You have endured. Histan bowed his head lower. By your teaching, Lord. Vulkan's eyes shifted to him. By necessity, he said. Teaching is proved only in the flame. The words were not unkind. That made them heavier. Khârn straightened from his bow and met the Primarch's gaze as one commander to another, though the distance between them was as wide as myth and genecraft could make it. The Imperium burns, Lord, said Khârn. We have held what ground we could, as your sons and as servants of the throne. Vulkan looked at him for a long moment, and in that moment Khârn felt not approval, not yet, but recognition of burden. Then speak, said Vulkan. Tell me what remains. They brought him from the crypt into a deep strategium carved into the mountain's heart, where hololithic projectors cast the galaxy in ghostlight, and the great rift burned across it like a wound no hand could close. There, while launch horns sounded far above, and the war host of Nocturne prepared to descend upon the void, the sons told their father what had become of mankind. He heard of Cadia and did not interrupt. He heard of the 13th Black Crusade, of the fortress world broken and the gate to madness thrown wide. He heard of the great rift splitting the heavens, of worlds swallowed outright by empiric night, of astropathic silence falling across sectors like execution cloth. He heard of demon wars on shrine planets, of hive worlds left half devoured by Xenos and then abandoned by relief that never came, of the carrion state of the Imperium in this latter age, where bureaucracy and piety and fear crushed as many as open enemies did. He heard of Lord Guilliman returned, of Indomitus crusades, of victories purchased at the price of uncounted dead, and of defeats buried under censored reports and prayer. He heard how his sons had endured, how they had remained close to the people of the worlds they defended when other chapters became aloof as idols, how they had borne the old Promethean burden, preserving craft, life, and memory where they could, and how the galaxy had punished mercy as often as it had rewarded it. At no point did Vulkan give way to grief. The change in him was worse. As the tale lengthened, he seemed to grow colder without losing any of his heat, like a forge drawn to white. Intensity beyond the red and gold beauty of open flame. His rage did not spill out in roars or broken furniture or theatrical oaths. It compacted, settled, became denser. The chamber felt heavier for it. The disappointment in him was immense, not because his sons had failed, but because the species for which he had once bled on 1,000 battlefields had been reduced to this stricken, half-rotting inheritance. Yet beneath that hardening weight, there remained something even more dangerous than fury. Love, buried deep, pressed down beneath 10 millennia of absence, loss, and the Emperor's long silence, but alive still, glowing like magma under stone. When Khârn finished speaking, the strategium held its breath. Vulkan's eyes did not go first to terror upon the hololith, nor to Macragga, nor to the cursed scar of the rift. He looked instead to the widespread clusters of red sigils marking worlds in distress, worlds under assault, worlds cut off, worlds petitioning for aid that had not yet reached them. "How many burn without relief?" he asked. The question struck every salamander present more deeply than any lament might have done. Khârn answered, "Too many to number with certainty, Lord. Sectors fall silent before their losses may be counted. There are worlds that call, and are heard by no one." Vulkan regarded the red-lit stars for a moment longer, then nodded once, as though some old bitterness had found fresh confirmation. "Then the age has become honest," he said. "At least in this, it does not hide what it is." Khârn stepped forward and brought forth the fractured signal traces from Peraxis Magna. "There is more, Lord. The cry from Peraxis carries thermal marks within the distortion. Forge cant of great antiquity. I judge them of your hand, or of those who wrought under your direct command." That moved him, not visibly to lesser men perhaps, but his gaze sharpened and fixed upon the runes. He reached out, one enormous hand passing through the hololithic script. The characters shifted beneath his will, aligning. The old patterns shone clear for a moment within the static scars. "I know this world," Vulkan said. Khârn frowned. "Peraxis Magna. It bore another name when first we marked it." His voice had gone distant, not with sentiment, but with the long and terrible reach of Primarch memory. There were several such forge sites seeded in secrecy during the Great Crusade. Worlds of fire and awe, fitted with deeper works than the Mechanicum alone were permitted to chart. Reserve arsenals, mantle vaults, places to which war might be drawn, and from which war might be answered when the common engines of empire failed. He looked up from the runes. Ember light glinted in his eyes. Peraxis houses a Drake-forged nexus beneath its crust, not a mere weapons cache, a geomantic furnace network tied to the volcanic mantle. It was wrought to answer command keys long since, forgotten, and to birth engines for the ending of sieges and the breaking of planetary deadlock. If Khârn's servants have found the bloodlines above it and corrupt them, the whole world may be turned. Khârn's jaw tightened. "Into what, Lord?" "A sacrificial kiln," said Vulkan. "A world furnace fed by slaughter. Its mantle would become the heart of a ritual engine. Every hive a brazier, every corpse a measure of ignition." Adrax's hand closed so hard around the head of his weapon that the metal creaked. "Then we do not descend to rescue alone. We descend to deny." "We descend to do both," Khârn said. Vulkan turned to him. There was approval in that glance now, slight and grim. "Yes," said the Primarch. "That is the harder work." The hololith shifted as fleet disposition runes lit one after another. Battle barges rose from anchor in the upper docks. Strike cruisers moved into launch sequence. Escort packs turned toward translation, vectors. Across Nocturne, the chapter was mustering in earnest now. Fire Drake elites gathering in shield-walled silence. Intercessor and tactical brethren chanting the litany of the anvil as they locked magazines and blessed Prometheum feeds. Land raiders and repulsor tanks being winched into assault bays. Forge serfs stumbling under ammunition chains and melter reserves. successor signals returning through the warp in fragments of vow and oath. Khârn stepped forward into the center of the chamber and bowed his head once more, not as before in awe, but with the formal gravity of command relinquished where command more rightly belonged. "My lord," he said, "the war host of Nocturne stands ready. By right of blood, by right of mastery, and by the necessities of war, I place it in your hand." No one moved. Even Adrax did not speak. The transfer of command was too great for interruption. 10,000 years of absence stood in that silence. So too did all the chapter had become in the Primarch's shadow. Vulkan accepted it, as he did all else, without ornament. "Then hear me," he said. His voice filled the chamber and ran down the corridors beyond, picked up by vox shrines and command relays, as if the fortress itself desired his words to be known. "My sons," he said, "to the fire." Nothing more. No grand catechism, no promised glory, no soothing lie. To the fire. It broke them more completely than tears would have done. Khârn bowed his head as if struck. Khârn's expression did not change, but his eyes hardened with the effort of containing what those words meant after so many centuries spent speaking of Vulkan as prayer and absence. Adrax let out a breath like a beast scenting battle after long confinement. Around the strategium, captains and chaplains and serf attendants alike lowered themselves into fresh reverence because the old phrase was no longer memory. It was command. Vulkan moved at once to order. "Khârn," he said, "you remain theatre executor. The war will be vast, dispersed, and fouled by civilian masses. You will hold the line of reality together, where butchers seek only rupture." Khârn inclined his head. "It shall be done. Khârn, you are relic warden and strategist in this matter. Stay close to the signal lines beneath the obvious war. There will be paths below Paraxis, older than the siege above it. Find them." Khârn struck his breastplate in acknowledgement. "By your will, Lord." "Agaton." Adrax stepped forward like a shell-chambered weapon being brought to bear. "Lord, you will hold the spear point. When I require a breach, you will make it. When I require a throat cut from the body of this war, yours will be the hand nearest the blade." Adrax bared his teeth in savage assent. "Gladly." Vulkan's gaze swept them all. "There will be no waste of life for vainglory, no idle pursuit of duel or name. We go first, for the preservation of the innocent, second, for the denial of the foe's right, and third, for the breaking of those who have earned only fire. Hold to that order, or I will judge you wanting." No one doubted he meant it. The fleet departed under a storm-ridden sky. From the mountain docks of Nocturne, the battle barges rose like fortresses torn loose from the world. Their engines lit the ash clouds from beneath in smears of orange and white. Strike cruisers followed in disciplined columns, their prows turning toward the dark between worlds, while thunderhawks and escort craft swarmed around them in tight martial patterns. Launch bells tolled from every shrine tower. The Forge clans gathered upon obsidian ridges to watch the heavens fill with the wrath of their gene line. Chapter serfs wept openly. Some whispered prayers. Some whispered the forbidden words no longer as rumor, but as truth. Vulkan did not watch from a chapel balcony like some returned saint in stained glass. He stood upon the command deck of the foremost battle barge, hands clasped behind his back, looking upon the stars as a craftsman looks upon a furnace that has not yet reached the proper heat. Khârn stood at his right, Khârn and Adrax behind. Around them, officers worked in a taut hush, every order spoken more carefully now that the Primarch's shadow lay across the bridge. The great vessel broke from anchor. Nocturne began to fall away beneath them, all lava scars and black mountains and the red sting of shrine fires. Far across the void, through storm and blood and the polluted heavens over Pyraxis Magna, Khârn the betrayer stood atop a mountain of dead before the shattered approaches to Cinderspire Prime. Gorechild was wet in his fist. Corpses smoked around his boots. The skull pyramids rose higher with every passing hour. The world screamed beneath him in a voice of guns, prayer, and butchered flesh. Then, for no reason any mortal could have named, he lifted his head. The air had not changed. No signal reached him. No herald announced a worthy foe. Yet something touched the edge of the war, some new weight entering the balance of slaughter, and the blood-mad champion of Khârn felt it as surely as a beast scents lightning before the storm breaks. Khârn smiled. It was not a human smile, not joy, not humor. The bearing of a hunger finally promised its answer. Then he turned back to the killing, and the world burned on. The warp took the fleet like a furnace takes ore, swallowing shape and certainty alike, grinding all clean lines down into pressure, prayer, and endurance. Within the armored belly of the battle barge that bore Vulkan at its heart, there was no true distinction between voyage and vigil. Chapel gongs rang at measured intervals that did not belong to any honest son. Censer smoke rolled through the companionways in slow black veils, cut now and again by the red pulse of warning lamps and the deeper orange flare cast by shrine. Braziers set into the bulkheads. Machine priests walked the melter decks with servo arms raised in rites of ignition, anointing promethium couplings with sacred oils, while Binharic cant spilled from their vox grills in metallic waves. Chaplains moved among the embarkation holds like iron-clad judges, their crozier resting against one shoulder, their voices rising in the old Promethean litanies that taught a warrior to welcome suffering, not as ornament, but as proof of purpose. Across arming sanctums and embarkation bays, the sons of Vulkan made ready. Some stood before weapon racks in helmed silence, while artificers burned fresh purity seals against their armor joints. Some crouched beside blast coffers and etched death oaths into the wax and parchment with combat blades, each line cut deep enough to scar the ceramite beneath. Others knelt in chapel recesses before little more than a brazier and a hammered icon of drake and flame, heads bowed, gauntlets resting upon the muzzles of their bolters as they gave their wrath over to discipline. In the heavier holds, fire drakes checked the lock teeth on thunder hammers and storm shields, while tech marines moved through them, testing power feeds, reading machine tempers, murmuring to the old and stubborn spirits housed within relic plate. Everywhere there was heat, not the open volcanic violence of Nocturne, but the caged and ritualized heat of a war host in transit. Reactor warmth in the walls, forge warmth from mobile arming shrines, weapon heat from chambers cycled, coils blessed, barrels sanctified, fuel lines bled and rebuilt to perfection. The fleet sailed through nightmare, but inside it the Salamanders answered nightmare with order, steel, and flame. Vulkan did not remain upon the command deck like a lord apart from those who would fight and die in his name. He walked the lower decks. The news of his passage outran him at first, carried by servitors, by startled serfs, by half-whispered reports from one compartment to the next, and then he was there in truth, stooping only slightly beneath vaulting designed for Astartes of lesser enormity. His tread was slow and without display. He did not stride as one performing legend for an audience. He moved like a black mountain given purpose, and wherever he came, men felt the war host draw itself inward around him. He spoke to captains, and when he did, it was as a master of war measuring disposition, supply, readiness, and moral weight. He spoke also to Drake brethren standing watch over ammunition trains and boarding lockways. He asked one young battle brother of the 5th how many civilians could be moved through a breach corridor in one standard hour if the route held and panic did not fully take them. The warrior, startled enough to answer with brutal honesty instead of flattery, gave his estimate. Vulkan corrected it upward and explained why, speaking not as a distant sire dispensing abstraction, but as one who had personally drawn refugees through ruin while walls burned around them. He paused beside mortal serfs, loading melter canisters into armored cradles. They nearly broke themselves trying to kneel. He forbade it with a glance and asked how many of their number had kin upon Paraxis Magna. One admitted 2 cousins and a brother serving in furnace levies there. Vulkan gave no false assurance. He only said, "Then we go swiftly, and we do not squander the living for the sake of the dead." In the medici decks, he stood among wounded veterans, too damaged for immediate deployment, brothers whose armor had been cut away from scarred torsos and replaced by bandaged flesh and the hissing ministrations of apothecaries. There he seemed at once oldest and most immediate, not a figure from saga, but the thing those sagas had failed to contain. He looked upon broken limbs, replacement augmetics, half-healed cautery scars, and he knew them for what they were: service rendered into flesh, cost carried without protest. The veterans met his gaze with the strange tightness of warriors who had faced Xenos monstrosity and demon fire, yet now did not know how to contain the shock of being seen by the father, whose absence had become one of the shaping wounds of their line. One of them, a sergeant of the 7th with half his face rebuilt in silver augmetic lattice, managed to say, "Lord, I am unfit for the descent." Vulkan regarded the ruin of him and nodded once. "Then you will instruct those who remain fit. A broken blade may still teach the hand that takes up another." The veteran bowed his head, and the medici bay became very still. Such moments spread through the ship and then the fleet. Not joy, for nocturne suns were too seasoned for childish exultation. Not comfort either, because Vulkan's presence did not soften anything. It sharpened. It made every oath weigh more, and every coming death feel nearer. Yet the old hollow in the center of the chapter, the place where absence had sat like a second heart for 10,000 years, was no longer empty. Men felt it. Serfs felt it. Even the machine spirits seemed to feel it, purring steadier in their housings when he passed. In the strategium, the war resumed its harder shape. Paraxis Magna burned across the hololithic display, hive belts marked in arterial red, upper orbit crowded with kill signatures, debris streams, and failing defense nodes. Vox harvest from the system was still intermittent, still mauled by empiric weather and slaughter-fed interference, but enough had been gathered to outline the broad anatomy of the invasion. Khârn stood with one gauntleted hand on the edge of the war table, his expression cut from iron. Histan stood opposite him, thermal runes and subcrust signatures turning in reflected light across the lenses of his helm, which he had clipped at his waist in favor of unmediated scrutiny. Adrax loomed nearby like a caged execution engine, saying nothing for once, but radiating his hunger for contact. "Khârn will not waste time on siege niceties," Khârn said as Vulkan entered. "He has no patience for encirclement beyond what terror makes useful. He will not preserve infrastructure except where it feeds momentum. Ammunition, armor, and fuel matter to him only insofar as they deliver the next breach." Histan touched several rune clusters and magnified the pattern of devastation across the hives. The spread confirms it. This is not concentration upon a single command node. It is expansion by blood yield. Maximum panic, maximum exposed bodies, maximum collapse of civil coherence. He is not trying merely to win the war quickly. He is trying to make every death on the planet count towards something beneath the visible campaign. Adrax gave a harsh snort, then cut his spine out. The rest of the pack will tear at itself. "No," said Histan, "not quickly enough. Not if the lattice below is already answering. Khârn is the spear. There is also the altar to consider." Vulkan studied the rotating image. The deep red wounds across the hive map did not move him to visible anger. Instead, that same dreadful compactness settled upon him again, controlled and volcanic. "Open civilian corridors here, here, and here," he said, placing one enormous finger upon the projection. "These transit arteries are not yet fully severed. Reinforce them with every armored shield wall you can spare. Assign Medicaid triage and HAB screening at the exits. Panic will kill nearly as many as the foe, if those corridors become rumor instead of certainty. Tushan nodded at once and began relaying the order. Vulkan moved his hand lower, tracing other hive sectors. "These districts," he said, and his voice did not alter, though what he designated made several officers tense where they stood. "If contamination reaches this density, you will mark them for total incineration. Promethium flood, melter collapse, or magma release, where available. No delay once recovery is judged impossible." One of the captains, a veteran old enough to have buried friends by the hundred on worlds without number, still looked up sharply at that. "Lord," he said, "those hab rings hold millions." "Yes," said Vulkan. Nothing more. The answer struck like a hammer. He went on, pitiless not in delight, but in refusal to hide from arithmetic. "If the corruption beneath Paraxis flowers through the mantle network, then millions become billions, and a burning world becomes a shrine to the blood god. I will not purchase clean hands with a dirtier future. Mark them, pray for those within, burn them if you must." The captain bowed his head at once, chastened not by rebuke, but by the sheer mass of burden with which the words had been spoken. Adrax's expression hardened into something close to approval. He had never desired softness from greatness. Tushan accepted the decree with grim stillness, though pain moved briefly behind the discipline of his face. Several others were shaken more openly. They had expected fierceness. They had expected urgency. They had not expected to hear the most humane of Primarchs speak with such cold and exact calculus about consigning millions to cleansing flame. Vulkan looked upon them and seemed to know precisely what they thought. "Mercy that damns the many is not mercy," he said. "It is vanity wearing a kinder mask." No one answered him. The order web was revised. Evacuation priorities, breach corridor hierarchies, quarantine protocols, extermination thresholds, recovery categories. The war host of Nocturne became something more severe beneath Vulkan's hand, not because he despised life, but because he valued it too greatly to indulge comforting illusions. When the planning was done, he went below again, not to chapel or rest, but to the forge decks. There, beneath hanging chains and showering sparks, ancient war gear awaited him. Some pieces had been carried from Nocturne's deepest vaults, at the chapter's fastest and most reverent pace, the instant his return became certainty. Others were relics long damaged in battle, preserved more for devotion than use, their machine spirits slumbering in wounded silence, while artificers despaired of truly restoring them. Vulkan entered the forge chambers, and the air itself seemed to tighten with expectation. Servitor smiths withdrew, forge serfs prostrated themselves until ordered up. Master artificers stepped aside only when he reached for tools none had dared put in his hands. He examined cracked plate, warped hafts, sundered housings, old drake-scale shield rims split by force enough to kill lesser heroes outright. Then he began to work. Not ceremonially, not slowly for the benefit of watching suns. He worked as only a being made for war, and craft in equal measure could work, each movement precise and crushingly strong, each choice the answer to hidden geometries of weight, temper, and purpose. He fed damaged relics into white heat and drew them out. He struck iron and ceramite with a smith's hammer that rang through the decks like a battle bell. He inscribed old sigils where fractures had been, not to ornament them, but to remind the metal what shape it had once been commanded to hold. Broken weapon housings were opened, cleaned, rebalanced, resealed. Machine spirits long sullen with pain stirred under his hand and answered him with a feral eagerness that made the attending tech marines exchange stunned glances. Word spread quickly through the fleet, the Primarch forges. Men came when duty allowed, not to crowd him, but to witness from the edges. They saw damaged relics return from his anvil line breathing heat like beasts awakened. They saw him reclaim ancient war gear for the campaign, girding the war host, not merely in weapons, but in memory made sharp again. The fleet in transit became a moving liturgy of heat, steel, and vengeance. Far away, beneath the blood-red heavens of Piraxis Magna, Khârn held council in the remains of a shrine manufactorum that had become an abattoir. The altar stones were hidden now, beneath a knee-deep slick of blood, machine oil, and the offal of thousands slaughtered in shifts too rapid to segregate by kind. Brass braziers burned in the nave, where incense censers had once swung. A half-melted saint looked down from the apse, with its face hacked away. Around the central mound of corpses, Khârn's lieutenants argued in the only fashion world-eaters truly knew, by barking over one another, every proposal edged with threat, every threat only half separated from action. One hive taken cleanly and fortified becomes a throat lock on the rest, snarled one warlord in chain-hooked plate, his helm mag-locked at his hip so the scars across his scalp shone wet with fresh blood. Another slammed a fist against a blood-streaked map slab. Fortify? You would squat like an iron warrior behind. Walls while the skull tithe goes wanting. Spread the companies. Break every district. Let the whole world bleed at once. A third, swollen with demon favor and brass implants driven through his jawline, pointed one crackling axe toward the lower crust schematics. The mantleways matter more than the streets. Drive down, not out. Reach the heart, and let the surface drown in its own panic. Khârn sat upon nothing that could properly be called a throne. He rested instead on the wreck of a cargo lifter, crushed flat beneath a heap of dead, gore-child across his knees, his helm hanging by its cables from one gauntlet like the severed head of a mechanical beast. He listened as long as the noise interested him. Then the loudest lieutenant, the one arguing most insistently for concentration and fortress holding, said, "If we husband strength, Lord, the planet is ours within." Gorechild rose in a blur. The sentence ended in a spray of blood and shattered helm fragments. The lieutenant's head struck the floor, bounced once, and vanished into the red wash lapping around the altar steps. His body remained standing long enough to empty itself in two hard arterial jets before collapsing across the map slab it had been striking. Silence followed. Khârn did not stand. He looked at the others with the expression of a beast mildly irritated that lesser animals had forgotten the terms of its patience. "You mistake conquest for worship," he said. His voice was thick with old violence, not especially loud, yet every warrior in the chamber heard the edge beneath it. "Hold nothing, spare nothing, feed it." No one asked him what it was. They all knew, whether in words or only in blood instinct. The thing below, the red pull beneath the crust, the engine answering slaughter. Khârn rose at last, towering over the corpse-spoiled map. He placed one gauntleted finger upon the planetary display and dragged it not toward a single hive, but across all of them. "Widen the assault," he said. "More breaches, more drops, more dead in the open, every road, every habstack, every trench line, every prayer hall. I want them running. I want them jammed in the transit ways. I want them dying where the ground can drink it." His grin was a wound in the half-light. Let the world gorge. The lieutenants bowed or thumped their breastplates, or simply backed away, each suddenly eager to live by obedience a little longer. Khârn watched them go, then turned his gaze upward through the cracked dome, where the red sky boiled above the burning city. He could feel the war widening. He could feel the harvest deepen. And somewhere beyond the veil of storms, something else was coming. The answer arrived in the same hour. Over Piraxis. Magna the warp split again. From one side of the system, ordered translation signatures tore into real space in disciplined sequence. Battle barges first, their prows like armored cathedrals wreathed in. Reactor fire, strike cruisers following in close war formation, escorts fanning out in shielded arcs. Auspec's ghosts burned away beneath the certainty of Imperial machine cant. Their arrival was flame controlled by oath, wrath constrained by duty, a spear of green-marked fury descending through storm. From the other side, as if the blood in the void itself had answered, more world-eater killships burst from the Empyrean in screaming disorder. Murder hulks rolled half aflame from translation. Brass-etched raiders slashed forward, trailing warp fire. Chain-linked gun platforms and demon-haunted carriers came howling into the gravity well like carrion beasts scenting an open grave. Their descent was not ordered. It was an onrushing hunger. Above the burning world, both fleets entered the same sky. One came in ordered flame, the other came in screaming murder. The void above Paraxis Magna became war before it became light. Lance batteries fired first. Great green-white spears of coherent ruin knifed across the darkness from the prows of the Salamanders' warships, carving through the blood-red haze that cloaked the system, and striking the oncoming murder hulks with the violence of a god's verdict. One brass-etched cruiser took the beam through its spine and broke apart in a bloom of vented atmosphere, promethium fire, and spinning wreckage. Another rolled away with half its hull sheared open, exposing decks filled with screaming figures and chained demon engines that vomited sparks and warp flame into vacuum before secondary detonations tore them into incandescent fragments. The World Eaters answered with everything that made sense only to madness. Boarding torpedoes shrieked from their launch tubes in thick salvos, black iron cylinders wreathed in kill runes and bound together by chains that snapped apart only when the torpedoes split to seek different prey. Heavy guns thundered from blasphemed broadsides. Macro-cannon shells the size of tanks crossed, the void trailing furnace-bright wakes. One of the larger traitor hulks vomited magma warheads from its ruptured launch racks, incandescent projectiles harvested from volcanic worlds and caged in adamant shells, each one carrying enough cored heat to turn armored decks into liquid death. The upper reaches of Paraxis Magna's atmosphere glowed with their passing. Wreckage fell through it in long burning arcs. Fragments of capital ships tumbled down like broken cathedrals, cast from heaven by an angry god, trailing fire and atmosphere tears. A crippled defense monitor spun end over end above the hive belts, every compartment blown open, its shrine towers burning as it descended. It struck somewhere beyond Cinderspire Prime in a horizon-broad detonation that turned the ash clouds white and made the hive's upper windows shiver in their frames. On the command deck of the foremost battle barge, Vulkan stood beneath hololithic war signs and watched the void kill. Servitors shrieked. Target updates through Vox grills mangled by strain. Bridge officers moved in tight, disciplined urgency, their eyes flicking again and again toward the black-skinned giant at the heart of the chamber, as though some part of them still expected him to vanish if they looked away too long. Khârn stood with one gauntlet braced upon the command rail, relaying formation orders to the squadron wings, while Hastan and the master of the forge argued over landing vectors through a storm of descending debris and traitor flak. Adrax Agatone did not argue. He was already helmed, already armed, already waiting like a shell seated in the breach. "There is no gain in delay," he said. "Every moment in orbit is another district drowned." A deck officer turned from the range altars. "Lord, the lower atmosphere is choked. Debris saturation is severe. Enemy anti-orbital emplacements remain active across the upper spires. Descent in strength risks." Vulkan began to walk toward the embarkation deck before the man had finished speaking. He did not do so in defiance or theatrical wrath. He moved because the calculation was already complete. The bridge opened around him. Khârn fell in at his side without needing to be told. Hastan followed, issuing fresh orders into the command vox as he went. Adrax gave something that might have been a grin beneath his helm and turned with them. The launch bays were furnace caverns of red light and machine thunder. Thunderhawks waited upon mag-locked rails, with engines growling like chained drakes. Heavy dropcraft stood ready amid loading servitors and kneeling deck crews. Fire drakes in shield-heavy plate formed into ranks beneath hanging chains and embarkation runes. Intercessors and tactical brethren checked final weapon seals, while chaplains walked before them, crozier raised, reciting the canticle of the tempered soul over the thunder of launch sirens. One of the shipmasters strode forward, armor still marked by the ash of Nocturne's mustering rites. "Lord, we can soften the descent, bleed the upper batteries, establish secure beachheads. You need not make the first wave." Vulkan turned his head once. The shipmaster bowed immediately, not in humiliation, but in the abrupt recognition that he had spoken to a standard that no longer applied. "I will not command rescue from the safety of orbit," Vulkan said. Nothing more was required. The assault deck klaxons changed tone. Launch rites became execution sequence. Bay doors began to iris open, revealing the blood-dark void beyond and the curving limb of Piraxis Magna beneath, its atmosphere streaked with burning debris and the flare of weapons fire. The first wave went. Thunderhawks screamed from the bays in disciplined wedges, their hulls glowing as they entered the maelstrom of falling wreckage and anti-air fire. Dropcraft followed in staggered descent patterns, machine spirits keening under the strain of evasive thrust and near misses. Vulkan's own craft plunged at the center of them, armored hide taking the brush of flak and the shrapnel kiss of disintegrating debris without yielding speed. Below, Cinderspire Prime burned like a wounded furnace. The hive's upper tiers had been gutted. Dock sanctums vented fire and atmosphere into open sky. Processional roads were choked with dead and fleeing columns. Shrine towers belched smoke. Transit lines hung broken over the hab rings. Across the city, the World Eaters had turned districts into charnel basins, where skull pyramids rose amid slaughter like obscene monuments to momentum itself. The Salamanders hit the city in hammerfalls of fire. Ramps dropped. Assault bays vomited green ceramite into red-lit streets. Flamers roared. Melter beams lanced through traitor armor and bulkhead alike. Bolter volleys punched disciplined murder through berserker charges that had only ever expected panic or stubborn mortal resistance. They did not descend seeking banners or high towers or the quickest path to glory. Their first orders were evacuation vectors, corridor control, bastion restoration, medici extraction, and transit sanctification, shield and hammer. The pattern asserted itself at once. Tactical squads took junctions and held them with methodical bolter discipline, while flamer teams burned clear the dead-choked lanes through which civilians might still be driven. Breacher units cut open sealed underways and collapsed hab walls to create emergency passage. Apothecaries and chapter serfs, descending in the wake of the first assault craft, began sorting the living from the dying beneath hails of ricocheting shrapnel. Salamanders fought like a wall that struck back. The World Eaters fought like plague given chain axes. They spread through breach and panic. They sought density, fear, confusion. The places where bodies jammed together and order became difficult to maintain. They were contagion and axe. Blood given appetite, and then armored. At the western transit quarter of Cinderspire Prime, Adrax Agatona led the clearing of St. Baraspine Avenue, and the avenue nearly killed him for the honor. It had once been a grand processional way lined with iron saints and furnace braziers. Now the statues lay shattered across the paving in slabs large as tanks, their heads broken open, their hollow reliquary chests spilling bones and sacred ash into the blood mud. Berserkers had fortified the approach by no plan more complex than piling corpses into barricades and standing behind them, roaring challenges into the smoke. Adrax gave them no answer in words. He advanced at the head of fire drakes and line brethren, through a storm of incoming bolts and chain blade shrieks, his drake-scale cloak burning at the edges where tracer fire kissed it. His thunderhammer came down once and pulverized the corpse wall and the warriors behind it in the same impact. Then the 8-bound hit his line. They came with the speed of bad dreams and the physicality of industrial accidents, mutant transhuman forms swollen by possession and rage, armor fused into flesh, brass collars and chain hooks punching through hide, warp-lit eyes glaring from half-bestial helms. One landed atop a Salamander's shield line and ripped a battle brother open from gorget to pelvis before the corpse had even finished falling backward. Another crashed bodily into a fire drake, driving him through a shrine pillar in an explosion of masonry and ruptured ceramite. A third took a melter blast full in the chest, kept coming long enough to bury its eviscerator claw in an apothecary, and died only when Adrax struck its spine apart with a hammer blow that burst its torso like an overripe shell. It was close work, expensive work. There was no elegance in it, only brutal weight, disciplined fury, and the terrible truth that even Astartes paid in blood to halt Khârn's chosen when the distance closed. "Hold the lane," Adrax voxed as he wrenched his hammer free from shattered rib and armor. "No retreat, no fracture. Burn them where they stand." Prometheum answered. Fire washed over the avenue. Berserkers charged through it laughing, some aflame from helm to greave, and died only when point-blank bolter rounds detonated inside their chests, or Salamander's combat blades found the weak joins in their armor beneath the smoke. 3 blocks east, Vulkan came down into hell. His descent craft struck the roof of a half-ruined hab complex so hard the upper platform collapsed beneath it. The assault ramp blew outward through smoke and falling debris, and he emerged into shellfire like the opening of some old myth given iron shape. Burning wreckage fell around him. A nearby munitions tower erupted, showering the skyline with sparks and metal rain. Flak bursts rolled through the ash clouds in black flowers. Through it all, Vulkan descended from the ramp, with his war gear blazing in reflected fire, each footstep heavy enough to make cracked ferrocrete complain. To the mortals who saw him from the streets below, he did not appear to land so much as strike. A sunblow through smoke and shellfire. The traitors in the plaza beneath the hab complex had turned the lower levels into slaughter pens. Families had been nailed to transit pillars. Militia dead lay heaped in fuel sumps and burned until their fat fed the flames. Skulls had been cut clean and stacked in geometries that made the eye recoil. Children's limbs and workers' hands lay mixed in the blood runnels where the killers had washed their chain blades. Vulkan took one look upon that work, and the wrath that came into him was not human. There was no shouted curse, no dramatic proclamation. He became instead something geological, an avalanche of molten intent dropping into motion. The first World Eater in reach vanished beneath a hammer stroke that turned armor, flesh, and paving into the same shattered state. The second, he caught by the throat and drove through a wall, so hard the hab level beyond collapsed inward upon both corpse and chamber. A third came howling with chain axe high, and lost both arms to a cut so savage and precise it looked like inevitable physics rather than combat. He moved through the plaza with ruinous momentum, not fast in the manner of a duelist, but with the irresistible violence of collapsing terrain. Every blow landed like architecture failing. Every step carried him deeper into the knot of slaughter and left only fragments behind. Above and around him, Salamander squads spread outward from the breach point, securing evacuation lanes and dragging shell-shocked civilians from beneath wreckage, while their gene sire remade the center of the killing ground into a cratered field of dead traitors. At that same hour, in high orbit over the burning world, Khârn boarded the Imperial defense cruiser, Sanctity of Wrath, and left nothing aboard it but blood and noise. The cruiser had already lost 2 shield clusters and most of its dorsal macro batteries to the opening exchange, but it still fought, turning its wounded broadside toward the descending traitor craft and vomiting shells into the void with stubborn fury. Boarding alarms blared through its compartment decks. Armsmen were mustering at breach coordinates when Khârn's torpedo struck the ventral armor and opened like an iron seed splitting under pressure. He came out of it before the internal blast smoke had cleared. Armsmen died in ranks. Naval troopers died with their hell guns half raised. A lieutenant died while still shouting fire commands into a command bead. Khârn carved through bulkheads and compartment doors, not because he needed to, but because the straightest path through a ship was whatever lay between him and the next resistance node. Gorechild screamed in the narrow confines. Blood sheeted the walls and ceilings. Every deck he crossed became slick underfoot and roof-high in butcher work. The bridge tried to seal. It bought its crew a few seconds. Khârn tore through the final blast door with chain teeth, brute force, and the gleeful certainty of something that had never in its long existence been improved by restraint. He entered the command sanctum in a storm of metal filings and blood vapor, killed the captain first, then the Voxmaster, then the gunnery officers, then the ratings still strapped into target thrones. He shot one man through the face without even looking at him and split another from helm to sternum, while the corpse of the first was still falling. By the time he reached the forward command oculus, the bridge was a red cavern, its ceiling lacquered in arterial spray, its consoles sparking beneath the weight of hacked bodies. He looked down through the armored viewport toward Piraxis Magna and saw green. Not much, not yet. Mere spearheads of it, cutting into the wound of Cinderspire Prime. But it was there, ordered amid chaos, deliberate amid frenzy, and even at that distance he could read quality, in the way the lines bent and held. Astartes, not his own. Khârn's smile came back. He could feel it then, not as thought, but as pressure in the blood. Something greater than common resistance had entered the war, something with weight. He left the bridge without bothering to finish the dying and descended back into the cruiser's arterial decks, killing whoever remained in his path, not out of necessity now, but to keep his hands warm for what approached. On the ground, the roads between them shortened by slaughter. Adrax broke St. Baraspine Avenue after nearly losing a full squad to the 8-bound and immediately turned the cleared processional way into an evacuation artery. Salamanders' shield lines advanced by measured intervals, covering columns of soot-blackened civilians as they stumbled through cross streets under the escort of chapter serfs and wounded militia. More than once, a World Eater pack hurled itself into the moving mass, hoping to reap easy skulls, and each time the Salamanders answered with overlapping bolter execution and cleansing flame. Vulkan drove east through the Hab districts, then down into the broken mercantile underways, where the World Eaters had opened butchery pits beneath food depots and stacked torsos in the shape of runes. He did not pause to study their blasphemies. He annihilated them and kept moving. The more he fought, the more the defenders saw and believed. Reports leapt from vox to vox in broken bursts. A giant in blackened green. A warlord larger than any Astartes. A living furnace walking the breach lines. Men dismissed the first claims as terror-born exaggeration, until Salamander's officers began confirming them in tones too controlled to be false. Khârn, for his part, quit the dying cruiser in a stolen assault ram and drove it down through flak and burning debris toward the thickest knot of resistance now forming in the lower belts. He no longer gave broad strategic directives. He pointed toward the fiercest, fighting, and his war bands followed like iron dragged behind a lodestone dipped in blood. Neither had yet seen the other with mortal eyes. Still, they closed. Across districts, plazas, collapsed transit levels, and charnel roads, each cut a path through thousands, and each felt the other as a deepening tension in the war. Vulkan sensed the answering concentration of atrocities somewhere ahead, a force of slaughter drawing the enemy toward itself. Khârn tasted opposition worthy of pursuit and moved toward it with the instinctive certainty of the apex butcher. By nightfall over Cinderspire Prime, the rumor spread. It began among guardsmen holding a collapsed hab line under Salamanders' oversight. Then it passed to medici trains and shell-loading crews, to militia knots in shrine basements, to refugee columns stumbling through ash and blood. Vox operators repeated it because others had repeated it before them. At first it sounded mad, then it sounded possible, then as more. Confirmations bled in from more sectors. It hardened into certainty. The cry ran along the front through fire and panic and the thunder of guns. The Primarch is on the ground, and men who had thought themselves already at the end of all hope found, to their terror and their strength alike, that they were not yet done. By the time the upper smoke banks over Cinderspire Prime had curdled from red to the bruised black of ash-choked dusk, the first hive belt no longer belonged wholly to madness. It did not belong to order either. Not yet. The streets were too full of the dead for that. The transit halls still echoed with weeping, with the crackle of burning insulation, with the wet and intimate sounds of medicosaurs biting through ruined flesh and damaged ceramite alike. Whole hab-tiers had collapsed into each other, becoming compacted towers of ferrocrete, snapped support beams, and crushed humanity. Fire walked the upper gallery levels in crawling sheets of orange and white. The air tasted of burned metal, blood steam, promethium residue, and the old furnace bitterness that lived always in the lungs of Paraxis Magna's people, even before the invasion began. Yet for the first time since the sky had broken, there were lanes held by loyal guns, intersections marked by green-armored sentries rather than red butchers, and columns of the living moving under protection instead of in blind panic. That was enough for Vulkan to begin the next labor. He stood upon the shattered shell of a cargo tram station that had become an improvised command bastion and looked out over the district while shells passed overhead and detonations rolled in the distance like the grumbling of an angry world. Around him, Vox serfs bled at their stations, relay servitors twitched as they processed casualty streams, and Salamanders officers waited for command. "Rescue," Vulkan said. He pointed with one gauntleted hand toward the half-buried transit mouths and the wounded, roads leading inward. Containment. His hand shifted to the burning perimeter lines, the shrieking hab clusters where taint and slaughter had thickened too deeply for blind mercy. Annihilation. The last word fell upon those districts where the enemy had rooted itself in numbers too thick, or where signs of warp touch and bloodcraft now spread faster than men could be dragged clear. No one mistook the order. It was not mere sequencing. It was doctrine forged in the pressure of catastrophe. The first labor belonged to every hand that could still lift another soul from ruin. Apothecaries moved among the refugee columns, with Narthesia stained dark to the elbow, stabilizing those who might yet live, ending those too ruined to carry onward, harvesting gene seed from the fallen where battle brothers lay broken in the blood mud. Forge serfs came in chains of disciplined effort behind them, dragging litters, field medici coffers, water casks, and respirator bundles through. Shellfire that should have sent lesser men to ground. Mortal auxilia from the hive's surviving defense cohorts formed cordons with shock mauls and battered riot shields, not to dominate their own people, but to keep the evacuation arteries from collapsing into stampede and self-murder. The Salamanders did not leave such work to lesser men. Battle brothers stood in the lane mouths and absorbed incoming fire on their armored frames, while civilians were pushed behind them in ragged human rivers. Others hacked open-sealed mag-train doors with combat blades and servo cutters, pulling out whole compartments of pilgrims and line workers trapped in darkness with the dead. An apothecary of the 5th Company knelt in open view of a sniper nest to perform tracheal augmetics upon a hab child whose lungs had been cooked by smoke, and did not rise even when bolts burst sparks from the wall around him. A Drake Brethren sergeant handed his own emergency waterline to an ash-blinded militiawoman, then turned and burned 3 World Eaters out of a side alley before the canister had stopped hissing into her shaking hands. This too was war. Not the kind sung by lesser chapters, seeking only glorious breach and tally, but the labor of dragging life back out of the furnace by force. Khârn answered it as only Khârn could. No counter-move of elegant military logic came from him. No measured redeployment to cut the rescue corridors at their throat. Such refinements belonged to commanders who believed victory alone mattered. Khârn desired more than victory. He desired expenditure, revelation, offering. So he ordered his warriors to butcher the fleeing, not because terrified civilians formed the hinge upon which the battle turned, though at times they did. Not because supply or morale calculations demanded it, though fear was useful. He ordered it because terror was blood, because a running crowd yielded more broken skulls than a steadfast line, because cruelty, properly offered, was a form of worship. Khârn had no use for pity, and less for restraint. A mother cut down while dragging her sons through a smoke-choked archway bled no less sacredly than an armored champion split from clavicle to sternum. Across the lower arteries of the hive, the World Eaters descended upon the refugee streams in packs. They came roaring through underways and over collapsed hab roofs, dropping into the moving masses with chain axes singing. Men and women died pressed against each other, with no room to lift their arms, skulls broken by backswing blows meant for larger prey, bodies trampled underfoot as panic rippled through the crowd. Khornate cult remnants, emboldened by proximity to the traitor Astartes, emerged from sump tunnels and maintenance shafts to cut at the weak and fallen, with blades made from scrap machine parts and shrine iron. The Salamanders adapted at once, but adaptation did not make the work clean. A refugee artery became a battlefield the instant the butchers reached it. Bolter rounds punched through red ceramite and into the packed human press beyond. Flamers roared and stripped flesh from attackers, but also from the clothing and hair of those too close to the sweep. Apothecaries were forced to step over the dying to preserve the root for the living. Rescue and slaughter became intimate neighbors, separated only by discipline and seconds. Khârn moved beneath all of it, not in the open blaze of the rescue lanes, but in the old bones of the hive, where the hidden logic of Pyraxis Magna was beginning to show its rotten architecture. He descended with selected brethren, servo skulls, and a coterie of trembling Mechanicus adepts through maintenance catacombs and thermal regulator shafts that had not seen sunlight in generations. Everywhere he found signs that the skull pyramids were not the random obscenities of berserker excess. Their placement was too exact, their elevation relative to old magma channels too precise. The blood runnels, channeled from them, flowed not merely downhill, but inward, toward old venting points and sealed geo-furnace wells that predated the hive's current foundation strata. He stood at last before a junction chamber, where old black basalt showed through the later ironcrete and factory skin of imperial construction. There, under layers of grease, soot and gore, he uncovered marks he had seen only in relic crypts, and the dead tongue of Promethean forge cant. The signs had been overpainted in blood by a hand that did not understand them fully, but had understood enough to corrupt their function, enough to turn an old heat lattice into an invocation. Khârn's voice when it came across the command vox was low and utterly without comfort. The skull mounds are linked, not symbolically, structurally. They are feeding a mantle lattice. Whether Khârn knows the full shape of it, or only follows the scent of blood drawn toward it, the result is the same. The slaughter is being made into a world-scale rite. Vulkan listened in silence. Khârn continued. There is a geometry beneath the hive. Old, yours, or of your command. It has been profaned. If the lattice reaches ignition through sufficient blood, the entire crust around Cinderspire could answer as a single ritual engine. Khârn, then fighting in the shrine foundries of the Eastern Belt, broke in over the same channel, his words punctuated by bolt detonations and the roar of industrial fire. Then we cut it out. You may not be able to, Khârn replied, not surgically. Khârn did not answer. At that moment, he had no breath to waste on philosophy. The shrine foundries had become killing mazes of conveyor catacombs, molten feed channels, stamping gantries, and prayer furnaces large enough to consume armored columns whole. Through these iron intestines, the chapter master drove his companies by brutal increments, wresting each meter from berserkers who fought half-mad in the furnace glow and from corrupted labor gangs who had armed themselves with rivet guns, thermal cutters, and sacred hooks turned butchers' tools. Chain axes turned workers into paste against conveyor housings. Men died so hard and so suddenly that their blood sprayed across moving belt lines and was carried away still steaming. Promethium burst from ruptured feed pipes in foaming waves and stripped flesh from bone where it caught the unarmored. Salamanders and world eaters alike vanished beneath collapsing ore lifts or were dragged into machine teeth while still fighting. Khârn advanced through it all with a steadiness that bordered upon the inhuman, his command blade and gauntleted fists dealing death with the economy of one who understood that rage must never outrun purpose. Forward, he ordered over the crack and thunder, seal the side hoppers, burn the lower galleries, leave them no choke point they may turn against the civilians behind us. A berserker, champion, vaulted from an overhead chainrail and buried his axe in the shoulder of a Salamander's lieutenant. Khârn caught the second blow on his forearm plate, stepped inside the berserker's guard, and drove his blade through the traitor's visor slit so deep the point burst from the rear of the helm in a fountain of blood and teeth. He kicked the corpse from him and did not look back to see if the wounded lieutenant still rose. There would be time for grief later, or not at all. In the western quarter, Adrax Agatone broke the Manufactorum district known as the Iron Saltery after a battle so close and so murderous that the walls themselves were slick with the greasy smear of detonated Astartes remains. Fire drakes rammed through blast gates on shielded advance, while melter teams opened breaches in foundry bulkheads too thick for common demolition charges. Berserkers countercharged again and again across catwalks, hanging over vats of molten alloy. One fire drake, dragged bodily from the line by an 8-bound thing swollen with brass mutation, took both of them over the rail and into the white metal below. Neither surfaced. Another held a junction by himself after his squad was reduced to corpses and severed limbs around him, smashing 3 traitors to broken meat before a fourth took his helm off at the jawline. Agatone drove on. He had long ago accepted that the cost of stopping Khârn's chosen at close quarters was measured in brothers, not ammunition. When the district finally broke and the last of the traitors were burned out of the gear sanctums and loading halls, the victory gave up its poison. Beneath the Manufactorum proper, behind vault doors hidden under old machine seals and half-fused by recent heat bloom, lay an understructure no current chart had marked. Basalt arches, bronze heat conductors, a descending shaft ringed by archaic thermal script, blackened with old age and fresh blood. Far below, something vast pulsed. Agatone took the first. Descent with a torch in one fist and hammer in the other. What he found in the deep made even him stop. The chamber below was colossal, a wound cut down into the planet's furnace organs. At its center rose the core architecture of an ancient drake forge, its old reactor throats and heat vanes built in geometries too elegant to be mechanicus and too severe to be mistaken for anything but warcraft from the First Age. Around and through it, like rot threaded through healthy muscle, the World Eaters had driven new structures of brass, chain, bone, and blood sluice. The old forge had become the skeleton of a greater obscenity, a blood engine, not metaphor, not cult frenzy, a thing of channels, pressure, sacrifice, and invocation built around the heart of ancient craft. Agathon voxed his findings without ornament. When the transmission reached Vulkan, the Primarch did not speak for several moments. At that same hour, he stood before the Basilica of St. Dravakar, once a pilgrimage hall, now a butcher temple. The doors had been flenched of saints and scripture. In their place hung strips of skin and chain-hung skulls, still dripping from recent taking. The chanting from within was wet and wrong, less liturgy than the synchronized choking of many ruined throats. Heat radiated through the sealed stone as if the whole basilica had become a furnace for some blasphemous alloying of flesh and devotion. Vulkan entered with a breacher cadre and found the possessed gathered around the altar well. Some had once been priests, their vestments now fused into their open chests, where extra mouths mouthed prayer through the ribs. Some had once been pilgrims, but their limbs had swollen and twisted into impossible angles, fingers knitting into bone spurs, eyes run together in blood-slick clusters that still somehow watched him. Others had been children. That was the worst of it, not because they were innocent in the old sense, for innocence had been burned out of them, but because their smallness remained beneath the corruption, making mockery of mercy by leaving just enough human shape to wound the onlooker. The breachers hesitated. Even Astartes hesitated, not from fear of the foe, but from the sight of the thing necessity demanded. Vulkan did not. He looked upon them all, and those nearest him quailed, not in repentance, but in the instinctive recoil of warp ruin before a will older and more rightful than its own. He knew in the same instant that they were too far gone. No cleansing surgery, no apothecarian miracle, no prayer, no restraint in blade or flame would return them to life worth naming. They had been opened and refashioned into vessels of the right beneath the hive. He gave the order for his sons to withdraw. Then he closed the great bronze doors himself. There was strength enough in him to draw the locking bars across, despite the clawing and shrieking that began at once from within. His breacher cadre stood silent while the noise mounted, while warped hands hammered on the inner panels and split nails and bone against sanctified metal. Vulkan rested one palm upon the central seal, where once the saint's icon had been. His voice, when he prayed, was quiet. Emperor, receive what remains. Flame, preserve what may yet be named human. Let my hand bear this sin and not theirs. Then he opened the Prometheum feeds. The basilica burned from the inside out. Fire climbed the stained vaulting and ran in torrents through pews, altar cloth, bones and flesh. The shrieks became one vast sound, and then many smaller ones, and then none that human ears could separate from the roar. The heat drove everyone back. The bronze doors went white, then orange. Fat and incense and old wax and newer blood made the smoke thick enough to stain the surrounding plaza black. No one who witnessed it would forget, least of all Vulkan. He stood there until the pounding stopped. He did not turn away from what he had done. He did not comfort himself with doctrine. He accepted the wound and kept it. Far across the district lines, Khârn waded chest-deep through corpses in a collapsed transit bowl where 3 evacuation streams had met and died. The dead had piled so high that the lower stairwells were blocked with jammed bodies. Blood sloshed in thick red waves when he moved. Around him, world eaters hacked at the living buried among the fallen, dragging survivors out by hair, arms, or whatever anatomy came first to hand. One champion, brass-spined and broad as a cargo hauler, fought his way to Khârn's side and bellowed above the slaughter. "We spend too much here. Better to hold the living for the deeper offering, preserve strength and... Khârn killed him before the thought had fully entered the world. Gorechild tore sideways through champion, corpse mound, and the half-living beneath in one shrieking arc. Pieces fell into the blood around his knees. Khârn did not even bother to look down at what remained. "Spend everything," he said. His warriors roared agreement, some from devotion, some from terror, all from the simple need to remain on the side of the blow rather than beneath it. "More dead," Khârn said. "More fear, more blood to the heart." Then he laughed and plunged onward through the red press, each step an obscenity of purpose. When Agatone's report and Histan's lattice findings were finally assembled together in the battered command node near Cinderspire's western rail, the shape of the truth stood complete enough to chill even Astartes' hearts. The hive was not merely under invasion. It was being made into an altar engine built around the bones of an ancient forge of Vulkan's own age. Vulkan heard it, Tushan heard it, Histan spoke the words. No one sought a softer phrasing than the reality deserved. And somewhere in the killing dark beyond the next districts, Khârn heard the name carried again and again by Vox Panic, by dying cultists, by the howls of his own maddened kin. Vulkan. This time he did not merely feel the weight of it in the blood. He said it aloud. He stood atop a mound of the freshly dead with gore running from his gauntlets, and looked toward the hottest blaze on the horizon, where green armor held against red ruin. The city burned around him. Skull pyramids rose. The ground beneath all of it pulsed faintly, with the answered hunger of the thing being fed below. "Vulkan," Khârn said, and the name sounded less like recognition than like a promise of desecration. He lifted Gorechild toward the black-red sky. "I will nail your skull above the heart of this world." By the third day of the invasion, the war upon Peraxis Magna had ceased to resemble the fall of a single hive and become instead the convulsion of a whole world dragged screaming toward sacrifice. What had begun in Cinderspire Prime now spread across furnace continents and ash oceans in widening circles of fire. Vox. Maps updated too slowly to remain truthful. A district marked embattled at the opening of one watch was already charred ruin by the next. A trench line thought stable collapsed into red slurry when the refinery sea beside it ignited. A convoy route declared passable vanished under an avalanche of vitrified rock after orbital debris struck the upper ridges. The planet killed and burned and shifted under the pressure of war until the very idea of a front became uncertain, except in the broadest sense. There were only moving wounds now. Ash wastes streaked by armored columns, lava causeways contested meter by meter, shrine foundries fighting their own civil wars in the dark between conveyor stacks, trench continents caving inward as artillery and tectonic violence worked together to bury men by the regiment. Billions moved through that furnace. Every operation carried them in its background or beneath its boots. Militia cohorts marched in grey tides between fortress depots and half-collapsed walls, many armed with little more than stamped laser guns, and the conviction that disobedience would kill them no less surely than the foe. Labour battalions dug anti-armour ditches under shell fire and then died in them when the first traitor tanks rolled through. Refugee columns wandered the ash roads under ragged saint banners, hoping for a gate that had not already fallen. Penal ranks were driven toward the hottest breaches, with execution collars flashing red at the base of their necks. Corpse retrieval crews in stained rebreathers worked behind the lines with chain hooks and furnace carts, dragging the dead aside so the living could still move. Cult mobs erupted from refinery towns and sump warrens, where terror and opportunism had done the work of corruption more efficiently than any sermon. Armored divisions vanished by the hour into dust storms, ambush canyons, and the jaws of advancing world-eater spearheads. Vulkan saw all of it. That was the impossible thing. He commanded as no chapter master, no lord general, no sector warlord could command, because he had been made for war on a scale beneath which all other strategic minds seemed merely accomplished. He knew where the melter reserves must be rerouted before their original depots were overrun. He knew which refugee arteries would remain viable if the pressure of flight was directed toward the geothermal underways rather than the shrine roads. He knew how long a mortal infantry brigade could be left in line before courage became meaningless and only collapse remained. He knew which trench systems mattered and which could be abandoned without poisoning the wider campaign. He knew the shape of artillery timing and the weight of a shield wall and the human cost concealed inside a clean tactical phrase. Then, having given orders across continents, he descended to the line and fought there with his own hands. Officers spoke of this in broken tones over command channels. A Primarch at once, intimate and impossible. One moment he was revising the disposition of armored battle groups across the western ash belts. The next he was seen in person upon a refinery berm, knee-deep in dead, dragging a crippled Chimera transport free of wreckage so its wounded could be extracted before the Prometheum tanks below it went up. He did not float above the war as a symbol. He entered it, carrying its pressure without being broken by it. Men who had lived long enough to distrust all miracles began to speak of him anyway, because there was no other word for a warlord who could understand brigade movement in one breath and in the next strike down an 8-bound champion with a blow that flattened Ferrocrete. Khârn became the iron spine of all that mortal frailty would otherwise have lost. He moved through the command architecture of Pyraxis Magna like a cauterizing blade, sealing panic before it could spread, binding broken hierarchies into something that still functioned under pressure enough to shatter nations. Planetary officers who had spent their lives commanding cities rather than apocalypses found themselves dragged forward by the force of his presence. He did not flatter them. He did not comfort them. He gave them orders they could obey, burdens they could survive, and consequences they understood. When a hive governor attempted to preserve his private militia in reserve, while line regiments bled out around the western bastions, Khârn came upon the command bunker in person, dismissed the governor from authority with a sentence, and placed the man's staff under the direction of a colonel who still remembered that war was not inheritance. When an artillery grid in the trench continents went silent because its communications corps had fled, Khârn walked into the battery command pit under incoming fire, restored order with his own voice and blade, and remained there long enough for the first retaliatory barrage to break the World Eater advance, chewing at the left flank. Mortal command structures that should have died under Khârn's terror offensive did not die, because Khârn would not let them. Histan moved farther beneath. The Forge Father no longer hunted merely through the visible war. He hunted through the old bones of the world, following heat signatures and relic script through sealed basalt galleries and forgotten pressure tunnels. Servo skulls burned out around him. Mechanicus adepts muttered and trembled at discoveries they had neither clearance nor courage to name. Everywhere he found the same truth deepening. The forge lines beneath Pyraxis were not separate vaults and machine shrines scattered by chance. They converged. They had always converged. The old Drake Forge architecture drew downward and inward through the mantle, like veins toward a single chamber so deep and so old that much of the current hive mass had been built in ignorance above it. He stood before a black basalt wall inscribed with heat, wards predating the present Imperium, and touched the script with one gauntlet, while Auspec's ghosts whispered over the rune lines. "I know this path," Vulkan said over the private channel when Histan transmitted the findings. Histan turned his helm slightly, though the Primarch was not there beside him in body. "Then it is as I feared, Lord. It is where I sanctified the fire during the Great Crusade," Vulkan replied. "The final chamber, the first forge beneath the world, the heart from which all reserve works were meant to answer." Histan looked at the blood darkening the joints of the ancient floor, at the fresh skulls set upon old heat conductors, and felt a coldness that had nothing to do with climate settle through him. "Khârn is being drawn to it," he said. "Yes. Whether by instinct, divine prompting, or the brutal magnetism of bloodshed seeking its deepest well, the betrayer moved toward the same sanctified fire. Khârn, meanwhile, grew more dangerous with every passing hour. This was the dread truth of him. He did not diminish through attrition as sane commanders did. He sharpened. Every wound he took seemed only to carve away the lesser things that might have slowed him. Every loss of warriors mattered only insofar as more lives must now be spent to sustain the momentum he desired. He killed. He bled. He advanced. The war around him became an extension of that appetite. Those world-eaters closest to him fought harder through terror of his judgment and hunger for his approval alike. Those furthest still felt his pull in the blood, a center of atrocity around which lesser madness orbited. At the refinery marches east of the Slag Coast, one of his warband lords broke. The retreat was not full. Not yet. Merely hesitation under punishing fire from Salamander's armor and a battery of loyalist Medusas, dug into the obsidian ridges above the flats. The lord in question, chain-wreathed and broad-shouldered, saw 3 of his transports burning and signaled for temporary withdrawal to reform along the berm line. Khârn crossed half the battlefield on foot to reach him. Shells burst around him. Men died under his passing. He said nothing until he stood within arm's reach of the warlord, close enough that both were painted red and orange by refinery flame. "You retreat," Khârn said. The lord began some answer about regrouping, fuel, preserving strength for the deeper strike. Gorechild took him apart from collar to hip. Khârn seized what remained by the spine and lifted the ruined corpse high enough for the nearest warbands to see. "This is preservation." He hurled the body into the ash. "Advance, or die useful." The warriors nearest him howled as though inspired rather than warned. Perhaps with world eaters, there was no difference. The Salamanders' armored push at the Ash Spine Causeway began before dawn and bled into red noon without ever once becoming less than murder. Ash Spine was a raised road of black ferrocrete and fused stone, crossing a broad river of slow magma between 2 collapsed trench continents. Once it had carried ore convoys and shrine tithes. Now it was the only route by which 3 embattled regiments and a city's worth of refugees might be reinforced before the western belts folded entirely. Tushan wanted it opened. Vulkan agreed. Agatone asked for the spearhead and received it. Land raiders growled onto the causeway in the lead, hatches sealed, hulls draped in heat warding, and drake-scale plates scorched dark by the atmosphere. Repulsor tanks followed in disciplined intervals, with infantry riding screened behind them. Smoke launchers flooded the road in black veils. Artillery from the rear ridges walked fire ahead of the column. For a handful of minutes, it looked almost like a proper armored advance, rather than a pilgrimage into butchery. Then the berserkers boarded the moving tanks. They came down from the cliff cuttings and maintenance gantries on chain harnesses, drop hooks, and brute-lunged leaps that would have killed mortal men on impact. One smashed bodily against the side of a repulsor. Mag locked one hand into a vent seam and drove his chain axe through the vision slit of the driver's cupola until blood and sparks burst together from within. Another landed atop a land raider and hacked downward through sensor housings, while bolt rounds from the escort infantry burst across his back without slowing him. Whole packs clung to moving hulls like red carrion insects, punching melter charges into track guards, tearing at hatches, dragging crewmen out through openings too narrow for human dignity. The causeway became a chain-blade slaughterhouse. Tanks burned where they stalled, blocking the route. Salamander's infantry were forced into brutal close fighting atop moving armor, while the magma river below spat heat at them through the breaks in the road rails, One transport lost control after its command. Couplings were hacked open and smashed sideways into the retaining wall, grinding a score of men beneath it before toppling half over the edge. Agatone led the counter-violence personally, boarding his own stalled Land Raider's hull and crossing it under fire to hammer a berserker champion into pulp with repeated blows that rang out above engine thunder like an execution bell. Fire drakes formed shield circles around crippled vehicles, while tech marines cut dead crew loose from their stations and fed replacement gunners into compartments still slick with blood. When Ash Spine was finally won, it was won not by elegance, but by refusal. Salamanders' tanks rolled forward over the bodies of their own dead, and the butchered wreckage of the foe. The causeway stones were so slick with blood and machine oil that escort infantry slipped as they advanced. Yet advance they did, and by dusk, the route was open enough for the first reinforcement columns to crawl through. Elsewhere, the war took on, the shape of legend in the eyes of mortal witnesses. A retreating regiment of Piraxis line troopers found itself trapped in the fane of Cinder's Valley, when a magma breach opened beneath the roadway after sustained bombardment. The earth split with a sound like titans grinding together. Men and armor carriers toppled into the glow. The rear ranks panicked at once, jamming the valley mouth while artillery still fell behind them and World-Eater outriders closed from the ash slope. Vulkan came upon them by chance or providence, and with him a hard knot of salamanders and chapter serfs shepherding Medici convoys. The roadway was already collapsing in sections, the breach widening each second as liquid fire ate the support strata beneath. To flee through it would mean thousands lost. To stand was to die when the outriders hit. Vulkan did neither. He strode into the rupture. Magma burst around his greaves and turned the air white with heat. He reached down into the broken lip of the roadway where whole slabs were giving way and set both hands beneath a mass of cracked ferrocrete and rebar so huge that no ordinary crane could have shifted it cleanly. Then he lifted. Stone screamed. Metal groaned. The collapsing section rose by a few precious meters and held. The regiment stared for one impossible heartbeat before their officers found their voices and drove them on. Men ran beneath the Primarch's raised burden, with their faces blistering from the heat. Chimera carriers ground their tracks over fractured slabs that should have fallen under their weight, but somehow did not. Wounded were dragged. Standards were carried. Medici carts bounced over broken ground, while Vulkan held the road open by strength that belonged to an older, more merciless age of making. Traitor outriders reached the opposite slope, in time to see only the last ranks escaping. Salamander's gunners burned them out of their saddles while the final companies passed. Then Vulkan let the road go. The whole section collapsed into the breach in a cataract of molten stone, cutting pursuit off behind a wall of fire. Those troopers who survived never spoke of it as a battlefield incident. They spoke of it as revelation. So the myth of him deepened. Not because he sought it, but because men broken enough by war will call any impossible mercy by the name of the sacred. By the close of that day, the campaign had taken its truest and ugliest shape. The Salamanders and their allies fought to preserve lines of life across a world that wanted to become a pyre. The World-Eaters fought to widen every wound until the whole planet bled inward. Tushan held the mortal structure of resistance together. Histan hunted the truth under the crust. Agatone broke roads open with hammer and flame. Vulkan moved among all of them like the answer to an age too long, denied its father. And Khârn marched, not toward the strongest fortress, not toward the thickest concentration of artillery, not toward the governor's remaining bastions or the last coherent shield grid. Scout feeds came in from Ash Rider outrunners, from servo skull overflights, from half-mad militia spotters hidden in slag chimneys and dead crane towers. The pattern repeated across all reports until denial became stupidity. Khârn was marching toward the oldest fire beneath the planet. The cathedral manufactorum district of Cinderspire Magna had once been a place where labor and devotion were made indistinguishable. Its basilicas had not merely housed prayer, they had housed assembly lines. Choir lofts had hung over shell forges. Reliquaries had sat above casting pits where molten metal was poured into the molds of war. Conveyor roads ran beneath vaulted naves painted with saints of iron and flame. Bell towers rose from smokestacks. Organ galleries looked down over munitions aisles. It was a district built in the old imperial manner, where worship and manufacture were joined so tightly that the machine and the altar were brothers under one roof. Now it had become the gate to the world's deeper fire. The outer precincts burned under a sky the color of opened meat. Saint-Statue lay broken across processional causeways, in fragments the size of hab blocks. Whole cathedral roofs had collapsed inward, leaving their iron ribs exposed like the cages of dead leviathans. The manufactorum cranes between them swung half-melted over plazas slick with rainless blood. Beneath all of it, beyond the visible district and below the screaming transit levels, lay the descent roads toward the mantle vaults and the old drakework buried there. Vulkan struck for that gate with precision, worthy of his blood and age. He did not throw the whole strength of his war host into the district. That would have fed the crush, widened the slaughter, and given Khârn the density of death he desired. Instead, he took a blade of force, honed for one task only. Fire drakes in relic plate, elite breacher cadres, Meltagan veterans, tech marines carrying thermal cutters and ancient seal keys, Agatone at the fore with his hammer and drake-scale cloak blackened by days of battle. Vulkan at the heart of it, vast and unornamented, his presence making every green-armored warrior near him seem more solid in the smoke, as though the Genesire's nearness reminded ceramite and flesh alike of their proper purpose. The assault began beneath the tolling of bells that no longer served any god a loyal man could name. Thunderhawks came in low between tower wrecks, vomiting flame from their engines and strafing the upper gallery nests where traitor-heavy weapons had nested among the saints. Breacher teams fast roped onto collapsed choir roofs and cut entry wounds into the fabric of the district with melter fire and shaped charges. Fire drakes advanced in locked shield lines through plazas crammed with statuary rubble and corpse barricades, their storm shields taking the first shrieking impacts of chain-blade cannon shot and heavy stubber fire. Vulkan came down through the center, not hidden, not screened, but announced by his own impossible scale, and the way every survivor who saw him drew breath as if witnessing some old story forced upon the living world. From the opposite side of the district, Khârn came at the same hour. He did not need to be told where the deepest resistance would gather. He did not need the old runes below the streets explained to him in words. Whether Khârn dragged him by instinct, whether the blood engine sang to him through the soles of his boots, or whether the simple fact that the hardest kill always waited at the center was enough, none could say. What mattered was that he hit the cathedral manufactorum from the east, as Vulkan hit it from the west, and the whole zone became at once a closing grinder of steel, chain teeth, collapsing basilica towers, and men too slow to clear the middle. World Eaters poured through breach walls hacked open by daemon engines and labor drills turned to sacrilege. Chain-linked gunships skimmed above the basilica spires, dropping berserkers onto roof lines and processional bridges, with no concern for where they landed, so long as they killed after impact. 8 bound things, all brass hide and murder hunger, bounded from broken stained glass windows, and crashed into Salamanders' shield walls with the force of falling cargo lifters. Traitor tanks fired point-blank down shrine roads too narrow for maneuver, blowing saints and civilians apart in the same shell bursts. Khârn moved at the center of them all, not commanding in any manner a sane army would name command, but dragging the whole attack into a tighter and bloodier knot by the sheer appetite of his advance. The district began to fail under the pressure. Its walls had been built for industry and worship, for siege perhaps, in the old and material sense. They had not been built to endure two such centers of violence punching inward with opposite wills. Basilica towers cracked from cumulative shelling and fell in sheets of screaming iron and sculpted saint stone. Assembly lines tore loose from their foundations and crashed through lower transepts. Conveyor gantries bowed under the weight of boarding traitors and retaliatory fire, then broke, spilling warriors and wreckage into the streets below. The very center of the district became unstable, a place where neither side could hold formation because the architecture underfoot was slowly dying. Corporal Darren Voss of the Pyraxis Iron Cohorts saw Vulkan first. He was half deaf from a nearby shell strike and had blood from another man drying across the left side of his face when the Salamanders' precision assault tore open the West Transit Arch. Voss had been trying to hold a line with 12 survivors behind an overturned munitions tram and 2 dead saints the size of armored carriers. They had been firing by instinct, rather than plan for the better part of an hour, at shapes in the smoke that were often traitors and occasionally panicked loyalists. His hands shook each time he reloaded. He had long since stopped noticing the corpses near his boots, because to notice them would have been to drown in the fact that most of them had worn his regiment's grey. Then the archway exploded outward in a sun flash of melter breach, and green giants came through it. At first, all Voss saw were shields, fire, and the disciplined stepping thunder of transhuman warriors who moved as if there was still such a thing as order in the district. Then something behind them came fully into view, and his exhausted mind refused it for a heartbeat. The figure was too large, too dense. He looked less like a man in armor than a bastion had risen, armored itself, and begun to walk. Bolter rounds struck him and vanished in sparks or flattened on his plate. A berserker the size of any other Astartes charged him at full speed and ceased to exist in any meaningful form when the black giant's hammer came down. The paving split. The berserker became fragments. The shock of the blow threw 2 nearby salamanders off their feet and made Voss bite his own tongue hard enough to taste blood. The Primarch, someone whispered behind him, and Voss realized only then that the word had escaped his own mouth. Brother Sergeant Khârn of the Fire Drakes saw Khârn. He saw him not from rumour or vox-grain, but across the wreck of St. Targor's causeway, where the eastern assault tore through a line of wrecked transport shrines and half-collapsed shell feeders. Khârn had fought orcs in the ash moons, tyranids in the dark of void hulks, and chaos marines in the reefs of the maelstrom. He knew the speed of Astartes. He knew the weight of them, the terrible algebra by which enhanced muscle, mass, and battle instinct created a form of violence no mortal anatomy was meant to resist. Khârn was beyond even that. He moved with red velocity, not lightness, not grace. Something more hateful, a butcher's acceleration, a sequence of impacts, too fast to reconcile with the size of the thing making them. One instant he was atop a fuel hauler, hacking downward through the hatch as its crew screamed inside. The next he had launched from its roof across open ground and torn through a Salamander's breacher with such force that ceramite plates spun away like coin-sized scraps. Gorechild's teeth never seemed still. Blood sheeted off him and only made him look more complete. Even his wounds appeared to sharpen him. Khârn saw a melter burst rake across Khârn's pauldron and leave slagging armor and seared flesh. The betrayer did not slow. He hit the next shield line laughing, and the sound carried above the rest of the battle like some ancient and delighted obscenity. Khârn had known from doctrine and old legend what Khârn was meant to be. Seeing him in war was different. That was not battlecraft. That was a principle of slaughter wearing shape. The 2 spearheads drove inward until the center could no longer bear them. At the heart of the district stood the Saint Statue Causeway, a raised road crossing an abyss of manufactorum underworks and thermal conduits, lined once by giant figures of forge martyrs carrying braziers in their stone hands. Most of the statues had already been shattered by bombardment. Heads lay in the ruins below. Limbs jutted from collapsed sections of road like broken fingers accusing the sky. Yet the causeway still bridged the final approach to the mantle descent gates, and so both sides converged upon it at once. The Salamanders hit from the west behind Vulkan and Agathon, shields locked, melters burning holes through traitor barricades before the line advanced to occupy them. The World Eaters slammed in from the east under Khârn's red momentum, berserkers vaulting broken parapets and charging over the bodies of their own dead for the joy of closing the distance. The center became murder so dense that even Astartes could not pass all of it. Men fought knee to knee over gaps in the paving, while below them magma pipes roared and pressure vents spat white steam through the splits. Then Vulkan and Khârn saw each other. No herald announced it. No Vox officer cried challenge. It happened in the old and terrible manner by which apex predators know when the only thing in their environment worthy of undivided attention has entered killing range. Khârn turned first, blood running from his armor in fresh sheeting bands, Gorechild already whining at a pitch like hunger made metal. Vulkan advanced through the ruin opposite him, each footfall cracking stone already weakened by battle. There were other warriors between them. Not for long. Khârn went through them as if the intervening bodies were merely weather. A World Eater too slow to clear his path died without even understanding why, split shoulder to waist by the same backswing meant for a Salamander's veteran. Vulkan did not waste motion. He swatted a snarling eight-bound thing out of his way with his hammer, and the creature vanished over the parapet into steam and darkness below. They met amid the wreck of a saint whose torso still stood upright, though its head and arms had fallen away. Gorechild struck first. The chain axe came in, not with flourish, but with annihilating intent, a blow aimed to shear through plate, flesh, and the memory of resistance alike. Vulkan brought his hammer up, and the two weapons met with a detonation that staggered every warrior within 10 paces. The roadway cracked under them. Stone slabs jumped in their settings. Armored bodies were thrown off their feet as if by a nearby shell burst. A Salamander's breacher and a World Eater berserker both went over the parapet together, clawing at one another in blind hatred as they vanished into the underworks. Khârn grinned through blood and violence. Vulkan's face did not change. They struck again. This time, Vulkan's hammer came. Down in a descending arc meant not merely to wound, but to break the geometry of Khârn's stance and pulp him where he stood. Khârn twisted aside with impossible red speed, took the glancing ruin of the blow across one shoulder, and answered with a cut that sparked from Vulkan's breastplate and bit deep enough into the upper plates to draw a line of dark blood beneath the ceramite seam. A mortal watching would have seen almost nothing beyond flashes, smoke, and impact.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Voss saw enough to drop to one knee without meaning to. The giant in green and black moved like a siege engine made animate. The butcher in red moved like a guillotine torn free of its frame and hurled by hate. Each blow they traded made the causeway jump. Chunks of Saint statue rained down around them. Warriors on both sides recoiled by instinct, because to remain too near was to gamble with the shrapnel of gods. And Khârn saw something else. In the first instant of the clash, he saw, with a warrior's clarity, exactly what divided them beyond armor and allegiance. Khârn fought for the kill, as if nothing in the universe had meaning beyond the next annihilated life. Vulkan fought as if even here, even now, there remained a duty larger than the foe before him. The difference was not subtle. It was the whole shape of them. The battle took the choice from both for a moment. Below the causeway stood the cathedral of the Ninth Furnace, once a power and reactor shrine feeding half the district's manufactorum load. Its lower chapels had been flooded with blood for days. Its priests were dead or worse. Its reactor wells had been overfed, profaned, and made into part of the deeper rite under the city. No loyal engineer remained alive to keep its dying heart from going critical. When it detonated, the district came apart. The first warning was a low and impossible note that rolled up through the paving under every boot. Then the whole cathedral blew outward in a tower of red-white fire and black masonry. The blast tore open the lower foundations of the causeway. Saint statues disintegrated, parapets peeled away. Warriors on both sides were lifted bodily into smoke and debris. The shockwave hit Vulkan and Khârn like a battering ram from below, parting them in a cyclone of shattered stone and screaming metal. What erupted from the cathedral's broken interior was not only flame. The blood-fed reactor had been more than a machine by the end. The detonation split whatever thin place the rite beneath the district had begun to carve. Shapes poured through the breach with the force of a dam burst. Not coherent legions of demon war, not yet, but clawing, horned, half-formed obscenities of brass sinew, smoke flesh, snapping teeth, and wet red light. Some dragged themselves from the rupture as if being born wrong. Others simply unfolded from the fire, all blade limbs and slavering mouths, shrieking praises in a language made from wounds. Panic struck the surviving civilians still, trapped in the nearby undercrofts. Their cries rose through the blast haze. Salamanders' lines buckled as breachers turned to face the new horror. World Eaters screamed in joy and hurled themselves toward the demonic breach as if greeting kin. Vulkan had one instant in which Khârn was off balance, visible through the smoke, wounded but wholly present. He turned away. He did so not in weakness, not because he had forgotten the kill, but because behind him were his sons, the surviving mortal workers dragged thus far from the district's collapse and the widening breach that would devour all of them if left unchecked for even seconds more. He moved toward duty with the same absolute commitment Khârn gave to murder. His hammer swept out and pulped the first demon thing to clear the crater. He planted himself between the blast and the retreating loyalists, like a fortress set on human legs. "Shields!" he roared, and the command rolled over the causeway louder than the detonation itself. Fire drakes closed around him. Breachers dragged the stunned and wounded behind the Primarch's wall. Vulkan took the second diamond on his forearm and tore it in half before it could reach a screaming Hab worker crawling through the dust. Khârn threw back his head and laughed. The sound was full of delight, so pure it bordered on worship. Where Vulkan had turned from the kill to the burden behind him, Khârn gave himself wholly to the new road opening through ruin. He vaulted the cracked remains of the causeway, hacked apart a collapsing mass of demon flesh and Salamander's wreckage in a single blur of gore-child, and plunged deeper into the broken eastern ruins toward the wounded heart of the district. Even the blast and the birth of demons had become merely another acceleration vector toward slaughter. That moment said all that needed saying of them. Vulkan would sacrifice the kill for duty. Khârn would sacrifice everything for the kill. The causeway fight dissolved into a wider chaos of retreat, shielding action and opportunistic atrocity. Agatoni held the western edge of the break with a knot of fire drakes, his hammer rising and falling amid demon bodies and berserker corpses alike, while his Vox officers screamed for reserve cordons and sanctified flame teams. Voss found himself dragged bodily into a Salamander's fallback line by a giant gauntlet on the back of his harness, and lived only because another mortal died where he had been standing a second before. Khârn took a cut across the helm, deep enough to blind one lens, and still held shield against the blast pressure, long enough for 6 civilians and an apothecary with a broken leg to get clear. Histan used the confusion to descend. The collapse of the cathedral and the tearing open of the underworks exposed passageways, hidden under centuries of later construction. Through smoke and falling dust, he entered them with chosen brethren and servo-lumens drifting ahead in pale cones. Beneath the shattered district, he found old basalt again, and bronze sealwork, and walls no current architect of Paraxis Magna had laid. There were inscriptions there untouched by the recent blood cult, preserved in layers of mineral ash and machine dust. He brushed one clear with the edge of his gauntlet and saw the mark whole, Vulkan's own hand. Not in genetic test or machine code alone, but in the old sanctifying script of the Great Crusade. Promethean cant married to forged geometry, a dedicatory line naming the place a reserve world of final muster and last answer, a deep arsenal consecrated against ages when the common engines of empire failed and only apocalypse-scaled war remained. Stan read it once and felt his secondary heart hammer. Then he read farther, and the truth beneath the truth took shape. The Drake Forge below had not been meant merely to arm a world. It had been meant to answer the end of worlds. If fully awakened and corrupted now, if blood invocation reached the forge heart in sufficient strength, Paraxis Magna would not simply die in fire and ruin. Its mantle lattice would be inverted permanently. The old sanctified forge would become a fixed altar engine, self-renewing through volcanic heartblood, a world not slain, but transformed into a permanent shrine of slaughter. He voxed the finding upward through 3 relays, because the first 2 burned out carrying it. "Lord," he said, and even in the discipline of his voice, the urgency showed. If the blood engine reaches the forge heart, Paraxis will not merely perish, it will become an altar world of Khârn, permanently. The planet itself will be the temple. Above him the district still burned, the demonic breach still widened, and somewhere in the eastern ruin, Khârn drove onward, through the wreckage, with Vulkan's name in his blood. The war had just become far worse than planetary death. The chamber beneath the ruined cathedral manufactorum had not been made for men born in the lesser ages of the Imperium. Even Astartes seemed diminished within it. Basalt arches rose into darkness thick with mineral steam, and the drifting ember ash of ancient thermal vents. Bronze conduits thicker than battle tanks ran in layered ribs along the walls, carrying deep heat drawn from the world's mantle through geometries too elegant for common mechanicus industry and too severe for ornament. Old script covered the stone in lines that glowed faintly under the sweep of servo-lumen light. Promethean forge cant welded to forgotten command formulae in a language of oath, fire, and final resort. Beneath the chamber floor, beneath the visible ducts and pressure locks, and the riverine mutter of magma in the deep, there was something vaster still, a pulse, a waiting enormity, the buried heart of Paraxis Magna beating under stone and blood. Stan stood before it with soot on his faceplate and fresh gore drying in the seam lines of his armor. Tushan arrived, first from the upper war, bringing with him the smell of shell smoke, hot ceramite, and the iron discipline by which he had kept half a world from fracturing outright. Agatone came next, his hammerhead blackened, his drake-scale cloak hacked in 3 places where chain teeth had bitten deep. Vulkan came last, and when he entered the chamber, even the old forge seemed to acknowledge him. Heat shifted. The bronze lines in the walls flared more brightly for a moment, like old embers stirred by the return of their maker. Stan wasted no breath on reverence. The war no longer permitted it. "This is the Drakeforge Nexus," he said. "Not merely a reserve armory, nor a buried engine shrine. A world heart forge. The old lines beneath Paraxis all answer to this place." He turned and keyed his tactical lumen into the ancient wall. Thermal pathways lit the basalt in branching threads of red and gold, spreading through the hive foundations, out beneath the ash belts, down into mantle channels and geo-furnace throats older than any living cartograph. "In proper use," he said, "this nexus could birth weapons in scale beyond common foundry capacity. void shield miracles, mantle-fed defense arrays, planetary furnace cannons, emergency bastions, reactivated lines of war architecture buried under the crust. It was built to answer apocalyptic siege. Agathon looked out over the glowing map, and then downward into the dark beneath it. And now, Hestan's voice lowered. Now it is being inverted. He touched another sequence. The red and gold of the old lattice was overlaid by arterial lines of fresh corruption. Skull pyramid nodes, blood channels, sacrifice intersections placed where old thermal conductors rose nearest the surface. The visible campaign above, with all its apparent frenzy and indiscriminate carnage, suddenly acquired a structure so terrible that even veterans of the Long War felt its weight. Khârn's advance had not been random. His broad assaults, his refusal to concentrate where common strategy would have demanded concentration, the widening rings of slaughter, the deliberate butchery of transit masses and labor blocks and shrine districts, all aligned now with awful clarity. Maximum bloodshed had been mapped across the planet like a liturgical diagram. Whether the betrayer understood the full geometry in words or followed it by instinct, sharpened under his god's gaze, no longer mattered. The logic was perfect in the only way Khârn required. More dead in the right places, more terror in the arteries of the world, more skulls raised where old heat lines answered upward. It was strategy stripped of every goal but offering. Vulkan studied the display without change of expression. He saw all of it, not only the enemy brilliance within the obscenity, but the counterweight required, the human arithmetic hidden in the old lines. Which districts still mattered? Which districts had already become liabilities to the survival of the whole? Tushan saw the answer arrive in his father's silence before it was spoken. There is another path, the chapter master said, though even he heard the weakness in the hope. Histan looked at him and did not insult him by pretending false alternatives existed. Not one that preserves everything. Agathoni's hand tightened around the haft of his hammer. Then we cut our way to the forge heart and kill everything between. That remains necessary, Hastan said. It is not sufficient. The blood already given is too great. If the lower infected districts remain open to the lattice, the thing below will continue to feed, whether Khârn reaches the final chamber or not. Tushan turned at last toward Vulkan. Say it. The Primarch's ember gaze remained upon the crimson pathways beneath the hive. We may preserve the hives, Vulkan said, or deny Khârn the completed geometry. We cannot guarantee both. No one spoke. The distant thunder of war filtered faintly down through the stone, as if another world fought overhead. To scorch major population zones, Tushan said carefully, would mean the deaths of millions who yet breathe. Yes, they are our people. Yes. The chapter master's jaw hardened. There was no rebellion in him, only grief sharpened by responsibility. Then I resist it. Vulkan turned to face him fully. The Primarch did not loom to intimidate. He did not thunder down disagreement. He looked upon Tushan as one burdened commander upon another, and in that regard, there was an austere respect more painful than anger would have been. As you should, Vulkan said. If you did not, you would be unworthy of command. Tushan bowed his head once. And yet the choice remains. The sorrow between them was profound precisely because neither man cheapened it with performance. Tushan did not refuse from sentiment alone. Vulkan did not insist from hardness of heart. Both loved the people who would die. Both understood the wider damnation if they did not. This was the cruelty of their line and its mercy alike. Not the delight of slaughter, but the strength to make a choice no lesser commander should ever have to bear, and then carry the stain of it without excuse. Agathon said nothing. His approval of severity was plain, yet even he was silent before the scale of what loomed. Far above, In the eastern ruin beyond the broken causeways, Khârn made his own preparations for the final descent. He gathered his inner circle in the nave of a blast-cracked ordnance basilica whose roof had fallen open to the red-black sky. Brass priests of Khârn stalked among the corpse mounds, swinging censers of burning marrow and powdered bone. 8-bound champions crouched in the shadows like chained predators, armor fused to flesh, eyes lit from within by demon hunger, butcher bands swollen. On massacre waited in rough half-circles, their chain axes and eviscerators hanging wet at their sides, some so red with old and fresh gore that their armor's original color showed only in narrow islands beneath the blood. Demon engines clanked and shrieked at the edges of the congregation, their pistons pumping ichor and steam, while impaled bodies twitched upon their frames with each machine spasm. Khârn stood among them all and needed no throne. He was enough. One priest, face flayed clean from the mouth down, raised a blade and began to preach the nearing sanctification of Pyraxis. Another beat his chest and named Khârn, chosen beyond chosen, breaker of worlds, herald of the blood god's ascending temple. Their congregation took up the roar, hundreds of cultists dragged from the hive's lower filth and fed upon stolen courage, cheering and weeping in one ragged exultation as they reached toward the berserkers around them like beggars stretching for saintly relics. Khârn listened for less than a moment. Then he moved. He went into the cheering congregation, not as a lord receiving adoration, but as a butcher correcting an insult. Gorechild rose and fell. The first priest came apart from crown to groin in a spray that painted the nearest cultists red. A second died with both arms still lifted in praise. Khârn cut through the mass without hurry and without mercy, chain teeth chewing through worshippers, so tightly packed they could not flee one another even when panic overtook devotion. Men and women shrieked his name and the name of Khârn while dying under his axe, still too stupid with borrowed fervor to understand the lesson until their lungs opened and their blood hit the floor. The world eaters watched. Some laughed, some roared approval. One 8-bound thing bit a cultist's head off where it knelt. Khârn waded deeper through the killing until the whole front rank of the congregation was meat underfoot. Then he lifted Gorechild, blood running from every tooth. "Cheering is wind," he said. "Murder is prayer." The survivors prostrated themselves in arterial mud. Khârn no longer looked at them. They had become honest only once they feared death. That, at least, was useful. He turned instead toward the earth beneath the basilica. The old fire called. He felt it as pressure in the bones, as a thickening of the air before a storm of blood. The last descent neared. In the refugee caverns beneath the western hive skirts, Vulkan went among those who would die if he gave the order. No guard of ceremony preceded him. No proclamation cleared his road. He walked through the cavern halls lit by emergency lumen strips and guttering furnace braziers, where thousands upon thousands huddled beneath stone arches, blackened by old heat and fresh smoke. Here were the people his chapter had crossed fire to save. Old men with ash caked into the lines of their skin and breathing masks strapped over weak mouths. Manufactorum. Boys whose hands were still blistered from labor tools they had dropped only when the sky began to fall. Wounded troopers wrapped in field bandages and thermal foil, some clutching empty lasguns out of habit, because to set them aside would have meant admitting they were no longer soldiers. Burned pilgrims with shrine tattoos peeling from half-cooked flesh. Children wrapped in furnace blankets too large for their frames, eyes enormous in soot-dark faces, not crying any longer because they had gone beyond the waste of tears. They looked up as he passed. Some saw only an immense Astartes lord and lowered their gaze in reflexive awe. Some knew what he was and stared as if beholding judgment made flesh. A small child reached one soot-blackened hand toward him, because children do such things even in hell. Vulkan paused and placed 2 fingers against the blanket-wrapped shoulder, with a care so controlled it made the motion more terrible rather than less. He knew now what the order would cost in human terms. Not millions as abstraction, not district tallies and casualty bands on a war display. These old men, these wounded, these laborers who had never held anything more glorious than a rivet gun. These children whose only sin was being born on a world someone else had chosen as altar and answer. He walked the caverns until silence followed him like a second shadow. When he returned to the command sanctum, Tushan and Histan were waiting. Agatone stood nearby, motionless as a statue hammered from wrath and patience. No one asked whether he had looked upon the doomed with his own eyes. They could read the answer in the way his face had become harder rather than softer. He stood over the rune altar and gave the command anyway. "Seal the lower infected districts of Cinderspire," he said. "All transit mouths, all vent ways. Collapse locks where possible. Weld what cannot be collapsed. Then ignite the purge lines." Even Histan, who had uncovered the necessity, closed his eyes for the space of one breath. Tushan bowed his head. "It shall be done." There was nothing dramatic in the acceptance, nothing theatrical in the grief. That made it worse. Orders spread at once through the surviving hierarchy of the hive. Engineers were redirected, demolition teams redeployed. Magma release protocols awakened in systems that had not been keyed for full purge in centuries. Loyalist militia were ordered to fall back from districts they had bled to defend. Refugee traffic was diverted at gunpoint, where pleading could no longer suffice. Vox officers read out code phrases with voices that failed halfway through and had to be taken over by those less wounded or less human. The lower districts of Cinderspire began to close like a fist around their own dead and dying. Some routes could still be emptied in time, others could not. Salamanders squads were forced to decide in minutes whether a hab cluster could be cleared before. The locks came down. More than one sergeant remained beyond the final gate with his line because civilians were still coming through, and he would not abandon them to a stampede of their own kind. Forge serfs hauled ignition canisters into old purge wells, with tears cutting clean tracks through the ash on their faces. Mechanicus adepts recited thermal rites with shaking metal voices, while entering access strings older than their rank had ever permitted them to see. In the central sanctum of Cinderspire's surviving command node, the ignition console awakened. It was no single switch, no simple lever to dramatize damnation. It was a bank of old Forge Authority runes linked to mantle regulators, Prometheum floodgates, magma pressure locks, and atmospheric ignition vents buried beneath whole neighborhoods. Red sigils winked alive across the board one by one as subordinate stations confirmed readiness. Seal locks engaged. Transit choke points reported closed. Pressure thresholds rose. Thermal reservoirs built toward release. Tushan stood to Vulkan's left. Histan to his right. Agatone behind like a warding executioner. Around them, officers, serfs, and line techs worked in a silence more unnatural than any scream. One by one, the final acknowledgements came. Containment achieved. Lower vent paths sealed. Refugee diversion completed to threshold. Purge reservoirs at full pressure. Awaiting command. The Primarch looked upon the runes and knew that by the time the next hour passed, whole districts would be gone in fire so vast it would look from orbit like fresh volcanic birth. He knew loyal men still fought in those depths. He knew not every innocent had been recovered. He knew the ghosts of those he condemned would remain with him longer than any victory won afterward. He set his hand upon the sanction plate. "By my will," Vulkan said, his voice low enough that those nearest leaned toward it, as if listening to a death sentence spoken by the world itself. "Let the fire take what it must, that the soul of this world may yet be denied." The ignition codes were entered. The command altar accepted them with a sequence of rising tones like distant bells heard through molten stone. Even the salamanders flinched at the fire they were about to unleash. The fire began below the sightline of men and rose faster than prayer. At first it was a deep and unnatural change in the sound beneath Cinderspire, a subsonic grinding carried up through ferrocrete, vaultstone, shrine iron, and the bones of everyone standing above the sealed districts. Those who had lived their lives on forge worlds knew the ordinary voices of heat. They knew pressure venting. They knew the old complaints of furnace stacks, the laboring thunder of reactor shrines, the mutter of magma moving in deep channels far below the hab layers. This was none of those things. This was a world drawing breath through clenched teeth before screaming. Then the lower hive. Ignited. Furnace stacks, hidden for centuries behind later construction and devotional masonry, overloaded in chain succession. One blew first beneath the manufactorum skirts, vomiting white-orange flame through hab towers and transit wells with such force that whole sub-level streets were cored hollow in an instant. A heartbeat later, the neighboring stacks answered, then the next line, then another beyond it, until the buried city became a rosary of eruption points running outward beneath the infected districts. Magma conduits burst, sealed pressure vaults failed. Promethium flood channels opened under command and turned underhives into torch throats. Entire sub-level cities vanished in man-made volcanic judgment, consumed from beneath as the old purge lattice did exactly what it had been built to do in an age more honest about apocalypse. The ground rose and fell in great convulsions. Hab blocks collapsed as their foundations liquefied. Transit rails snapped and coiled like whips above widening chasms. Vent towers became pillars of fire seen from every hive belt on the planet. The lower dark below Cinderspire ceased to be city and became cratered furnace, all screaming pressure, bursting metal, and billions of sparks whirling upward through smoke and ash like the souls of the condemned made visible for one brief and hateful moment. The salamanders were already moving before the first full blast bloom reached the upper levels. Rescue had become a race not against enemy columns alone, but against a countdown measured in locked pressure thresholds and rising mantle heat. Every minute bought by the purge sequence had to be spent dragging another body, another cluster of workers, another knot of wounded guardsmen, or ash-blinded pilgrims from tunnels and corridors soon to become ovens. It made the whole chapter of war into a thing of divided purpose, so savage it bordered upon the absurd. The same hands entered ignition ciphers and then hauled children through. Fire. The same vox channels that confirmed sealed kill zones also guided medici teams to hab vents, where trapped civilians still beat on the metal from within. Agatone led the re-entry strikes because he was made for brutal work, and there was no cleaner form of it left. He drove fire drakes and breacher cadres back down into the collapsing thermal corridors from which lesser commanders would have withdrawn all forces outright. Storm shields went first into waves of furnace blast and falling debris. Melter teams cut emergency wounds through bulkheads, fused shut by pressure heat. Chain fists tore open transit cars jammed in dead tunnels where the air was already thin enough to strip the weak of consciousness. Salamanders came back out carrying bundles that were sometimes wounded men, sometimes shrieking children wrapped in soot-black blankets, sometimes old women whose skin had cooked pink from near exposure, sometimes little more than coughing shapes clinging to their armor, because there was no strength left for dignity. Again and again Agatone went in. A lesser man might have mistaken the repeated descents for defiance of Vulkan's harder decree. They were not. This too was obedience. Save what can be saved, burn what must be burned. The line between those imperatives changed by the minute, and Agatone walked it with hammer in one hand and the dying in the other. On one descent, his squad found a manufactorum creche buried behind 3 collapsed support arches, the attendants dead at their stations where they had tried to hold the ceiling while the children fled. On another, they opened a chamber only to find it already full of boiled air and the bodies inside stacked against the far wall where panic had crushed them before the fire reached them. Agathon looked once, keyed the chamber closed again, and advanced without comment, because there were living voices still coming over the squad vox from farther down. Khârn held the outer cordons and made them unbreakable by force of will alone. The World Eaters counterattacked the purge belts like beasts, trying to bite through a closing trap. Berserker tides hit the outer screens in waves of red armor and brass-spiked delirium, eager to turn the mass flight into a final harvest before the flames consumed the lower districts. Khârn met them with layered defense worthy of a Primarch's pupil, interlocking kill lanes, retracting fallback grids, melter ambushes hidden behind wrecked hab transports. Mortal heavy weapons nested under Salamanders' oversight so that panic did not waste ammunition and fury did not squander fields of fire. He stood in the breach line of the western cordon while the world burned behind him and cut down every traitor who came close enough to make a mockery of distance. His armor was blackened by the heat wash from the purge vents. Fresh blood painted his gauntlets and blade. Around him guardsmen and hive militia, who should by all rights have broken held instead, because the chapter master of the Salamanders remained visible in the line, and because shame can steady a man nearly as well as courage when he knows an Astartes watches him. "Hold," Khârn said, over the line vox, as another wave approached through smoke and human screaming. "You do not yield these corridors. Every soul behind us is time stolen from the blood god. Make him pay dearly for every second." They obeyed. They died obeying. They held. Among the mortal defenders, a different current was rising, one not even Khârn could fully choke. They had seen the fire answer Vulkan's command. They had seen a giant in dark green walk through battle and magma, and then condemn whole districts to purification rather than let the world be taken entire. To war-hollowed civilians and ash-choked soldiers who had never expected rescue, the distinction between Primarch and God did not remain clean for long. Men began making the sign of the Aquila when his name was spoken. Women at Oin, the refuge caverns whispered of the Lord of Fire returned to judge and preserve. Wounded troopers asked if they had died already and were fighting in the shadow of a wrathful saint. Some dropped to one knee when Vulkan passed, even under bombardment. He despised it, not because he was humble in the sentimental manner lesser men praised, but because he knew precisely what necessity had made him do. The same lips calling him savior would have named him butcher if they had stood below the sealed gates when the ignition came. He did not deny their reverence. There was no time for correction and no medicine in it, yet each whispered act of worship landed on him like another weight laid upon a back already bent beneath older burdens. He moved through the refuge perimeters as the first wave of survivors staggered in from the lower belts. Many were burned. Many were blood-slick with wounds not their own. Some had gone silent from shock and could not be made to respond, even when Medicae servitors shone lumen beams into their eyes. Vulkan saw them and knew exactly what his command had done. He had chosen the fire. No litany, no tactical necessity, no later victory could make the choice into anything other than what it was. Then the first possessed broke quarantine. They came from among the saved. A man wrapped in thermal foil began convulsing in the triage lane and split his own jaw open on some new internal growth that forced itself out through gums and tongue. A wounded militia woman rose from her litter with both eyes, already flooded red-black, and tore a Medicae orderly's throat open with hands that ended in fresh bone hooks. A child carried from a lower vent by 2 weeping laborers began chanting in a voice no child should possess, and the air around him curdled with metallic cold despite the infernal heat. Panic threatened at once. Refuge columns recoiled into each other. Some tried to flee. Others reached toward the twisted survivors out of love or denial, still seeing husband, daughter, comrade beneath the warp-made ruin. Vulkan went into that chaos like judgment. He did not delegate it. He did not call for some distant quarantine cadre, while the taint spread among the packed and terrified. He drew the weapon at his side and began killing the corrupted one by one with ruthless exactness. The convulsing man died first, skull broken before the nascent demon thing in his throat could fully emerge. The militia woman took a bolt through the face, a heartbeat, before she reached a knot of crying children. The chanting child was the hardest. Vulkan crossed the triage lane in 3 strides, took the tiny twisting body in one great hand, and snapped its neck before the words being spoken through it could finish whatever invitation they had begun. The whole refuge cavern saw it. There was horror in that witness. Horror and understanding. An old, severe, horrifyingly necessary understanding that the age had become so diseased that mercy now sometimes wore the face of immediate execution. Vulkan felt every pair of mortal eyes on him and accepted that too. Better their terror than their damnation. Khârn used the burning chaos with a genius so cruel it made lesser commanders seem parochial. Where the lower hive detonations should have disrupted the blood yield, he turned them into greater harvest. He drove his warriors straight through the fleeing masses, not merely following the refugee arteries, but using them as channels for slaughter, while the purge blasts herded more bodies into tighter desperation. World Eaters plunged into smoke-blinded columns of evacuees, with chain axes high and pistols barking at point-blank range. They butchered the slow, the fallen, the trapped, and those who simply turned the wrong way when a vent blast blew out the lumen strips and left whole tunnels red and blind. Civilians were caught between 2 forms of fire. One sought to save them, dragging them by force toward shield walls and triage lanes, burning kill corridors through rubble so they might pass. The other sought to consume them, hacking them apart in their thousands so that every scream and opened vein fed the hidden rite still pulsing under the world. There was no cleaner contrast left in the campaign. Salamander mercy and World Eater predation sharpened each other to their final truths in those burning corridors. A forged serf would stagger back into the smoke for a stranger because he had seen his gene lords do the same. A berserker would split that same stranger open and laugh, because laughter too was part of the offering. An apothecary would amputate a leg to save the body. An 8-bound thing would tear both away and use the torso to beat another survivor down. Above one of the main purge sluices, Khârn stood atop a river of burning corpses, where the dead had piled in a collapsing transit bowl and caught under the heat wash from a broken vent line. Bodies burned black and orange beneath him. Some still moved. Most did not. He cared for neither distinction. He could feel the change in the world. The purge had bitten deep. Whole districts had been denied to the lattice. The offering had been damaged, diverted, made incomplete, but it had not been ended. He laughed into the smoke. Somewhere beyond the burning lower belts, Vulkan had done what was necessary, and therefore had made himself worthier prey. Khârn admired that, in the only way a monster like him could. Not with respect, with appetite sharpened by opposition. Histan and the Mechanicus adepts confirmed the truth, as the purge telemetry came back in mangled streams through overheating cogitators and half-melted relay shrines. The old Drake Forge lattice had indeed been cut. Major blood channels across the lower infected districts were gone, burned out or buried beneath collapsed mantle shafts. Millions of fresh deaths had been denied to the final geometry. Yet the interruption was only partial. The slaughter already rendered remained immense. Enough skull pyramids still stood. Enough blood had already reached the old conductors. The engine below still pulsed. Wounded, stunted, but alive. Histan stood over rune sheets that curled and blackened at the edges from the heat in the command crypt, and delivered the verdict in a voice scraped raw by ash. The purge has worked only in part. The lattice cannot complete itself from distributed slaughter now. Khârn has been narrowed. He can still feed the engine, but no longer by breadth alone. He must reach the forge heart in person. Vulkan looked up from the command altar. So he is forced downward. Yes, Lord. Good. It was not said with satisfaction, merely with the recognition that the war, however costly the turn, had at last been bent into a shape where it might be ended by decisive action rather than endless rescue and wider damnation. Khârn made the same recognition from the opposite side and celebrated it the only way he knew. He seized an open planetary Vox network, not by technical subtlety, but by slaughtering the command node holding it and roaring into the still live array while bodies bled out around him. His voice tore across military channels, civilian distress bands, Medici frequencies, labor emergency nets, and every unsecured transmission route left alive in Cinderspire. It came through in static and blood and laughter, loud enough to make wounded men flinch and strong enough to override prayer. "Vulkan!" he roared, standing above the burning dead. "Come down and die in the heart of your own forge. Come see what your mercy has bought. Come claim the skull your sons will not." His warriors howled beneath the transmission. Demon things shrieked in answer from rupture wells and guttering shrine fires. Across the front, defenders heard it and felt dread move through them like cold oil. Every salamander helm on Peraxis received the challenge for one breathless moment. There was only the hiss of open channels, distant gunfire, the crackle of flames, and the sound of millions trying to survive while titans of a dead age called one another into the deep. Then Vulkan answered. His voice entered every helm, every command bead, every loyal relay shrine, with none of Khârn's raw hysteria and 10 times the weight. "Advance," he said. There was no need for more, no need for speech-making, no need for oath or comfort. We end this at the heart. And across the planet, through smoke, blood, and burning iron, the sons of Vulkan obeyed. The world reached for madness with both hands. By the hour marked for the final descent, Peraxis Magna no longer burned in scattered wounds. It burned as a single convulsing organism, every hive belt, trench continent, ash waste artery, and shrine forge district feeding one planetary spasm of violence that dragged all lesser wars into itself. The mantle rode, once only one more buried truth beneath the laboring. Skin of the world had become the axis upon which everything turned. Every butcher, every demon thing, every cult-voxed fanatic and brass-daubed apostate felt the pull of it, whether they could name the reason or not. The blood god's nearness had thickened the air into something like anticipation made physical. Men bled faster there. Weapons ran hotter. Fear sharpened rather than weakened. Rage ceased to be an emotion and became weather. The World Eaters came to full power upon that road. Warbands that had spent days spreading slaughter in their own widening circles now converged as if the world itself had called them inward. Packs of berserkers poured from burning transit cuts and ash waste approaches in tides of red armor and frothing hate, their chain axes raised high above helms lacquered in gore. 8-bound shock hosts bounded ahead of them in loose, predatory swarms, brass-ridged monstrosities vaulting wrecked bastions and shell craters as though the collapsing earth were no more hindrance than foam on the sea. Demon engines clanked and shrieked in their wake, some spider-limbed and low to the ground, others towering on piston-driven limbs, with skull cages hanging from their flanks. Lords of Skulls rolled with volcanic inevitability through the smoke, their furnace maws vomiting shellfire and warp-fed flame, while impaled corpses swung from chain racks on their hulls and burst apart when the recoil struck. Cult legions, in looted plate and furnace rags, flooded between them, their vox sets brass-caged and set to constant litany so that every scream they gave went out across the battlefield as broken worship. The whole offensive hit with such violence that it felt less like an army advancing than a planet suffering a heartbeat. The defenders answered with everything that remained. Salamanders' companies, bloodied and blackened by days of rescue war, formed the green spine of the loyalist resistance. Their successor kin answered from flanking sectors, brothers of fire and drake memory, descending through smoke in armored columns and gunship lances. Guard armor rolled from reserve depots and half-collapsed trench keeps, battle tanks grinding over fields so thick with bodies that their tracks left a red churn behind them. Skitari maniples advanced in measured machine precision through artillery haze, galvanic fire lancing into the oncoming hordes, while their augmetic overseers spoke kill equations through binharic static. Night lances from the surviving houses of Piraxis strode out onto the ash plains like iron cathedrals awakened for wrath, thermal lances burning bright through the murk as they aimed for the demon engines and the brass-altered monsters lumbering behind the berserker tide. Above it all, orbital guns fired through atmosphere in staggered patterns, each lance strike and macro shell impact breaking open the cloud deck in brief wounds of daylight before the red-black weather swallowed them again. Deep fire artillery, grids from the trench continents joined in, their shells climbing beyond sight and returning as continent-scale rain. The war ceased to be city-scale. It swallowed cities and kept going. Trench belts that had taken decades to dig collapsed under bombardment and blood flood, swallowing regiments in their own red mud. Bastions split from foundation to parapet when magma seep and sustained shelling worked together in the walls. Armored spearheads disappeared into curtains of lava rain falling from burst vent towers, or into ash bogs churned loose by the tread of the super-heavy engines. One whole loyalist flanking force vanished when the ground beneath its route gave way into an old thermal reservoir and turned 30 tanks and all their support carriers into blazing hulks half buried in obsidian slurry. Still the counterfire did not stop. Still the guns roared. Still the sons of Vulkan advanced toward the Mantle Road, because nothing short of ending the war at its buried heart could matter now. Khârn ran at the center of it, not in command, in the formal sense, not behind a retinue, not at some armored remove where war might be observed and redirected. He was command by proximity, violence by concentration, the living place where all the anger of his legion's ruin gathered into one red blade. Around him the World Eaters seemed to lose whatever final restraints, logistics, self-preservation, and individual ambition had retained. Near Khârn, there was only forward, only blood. Only the next body opened before the chain teeth fell silent. Captain Vulkan of the Salamanders line, lord of one of the hard-hit strike formations holding the southern approaches to the Mantle Road, died because he was brave enough to stand where Khârn struck. He had survived void breaches, hive purges, and the wars around the rift that had gutted lesser captains and left whole companies leaderless. His armor was a veteran's relic of scorched green and drake-scale black, his hammer scarred from too many campaigns to count, his voice known to the soldiers on that front because he used it not only to command, but to steady them. He held the South Bastion line with disciplined brilliance through the opening hours of the offensive, collapsing fallback corridors in proper sequence, ordering his heavy flamers only where the enemy mass justified the fuel, preserving the mortal infantry screen long enough for artillery to keep working behind it. Then Khârn hit that line. The duel was abrupt and hideous, because it was not really a duel at all. Vulkan saw the breach opening. He stepped into it with his guard and met the red momentum head-on, hammer rising in proper killing form, stance set, shielded by two brothers at his flanks. Khârn came through the first two, as if they had entered his path by mistake. Gorechild tore one apart from collar to hip. The backswing broke the other at the waist and took the legs from a kneeling guardsman behind him. Vulkan's hammer descended in a blow that would have caved a dreadnought chassis. Khârn was already inside it. Gorechild came up once. Barken's torso opened. His heart and lungs burst from his back in a spray of blood and ceramite shards. He died standing for the span of one impossible second, then folded around the wound and vanished beneath the crush of the charge. The bastion line held anyway, because a salamander line did not collapse merely because its captain had been butchered in front of it. But every warrior and mortal who saw the exchange understood the lesson at once. Named heroes were not safe near Khârn. Merit, seniority, skill and courage all bought a man the same thing within his reach: the chance to die facing him. Khârn killed his own no less readily. When the converging World Eater assault narrowed at a shell-cracked choke point along the mantle stair approaches, several of his front ranks bunching against wrecked armor and dead demon engine limbs, the delay lasted perhaps 3 heartbeats. That was enough for loyalist guns to rake the jammed advance, tearing red-armored bodies apart in violent rows. A lesser warlord might have called for engineers, for flanking movement, for temporary dispersion and renewed formation. Khârn solved the obstruction with massacre. He vaulted onto the crushed hull of a traitor transport and drove Gorechild into the bottlenecked mass. Berserkers died screaming, without even understanding why their own champion had turned on them. He carved a corridor through his own stalled warriors, wide enough for the next wave to use, flesh and armor bursting away from the axe in red curtains. Those who survived threw themselves sideways into shell craters or over parapets to escape his path. Those who did not became underfoot fuel for the renewed charge. That was the truth of him, plain as any sermon. Khârn was not servant to the violence of the World Eaters. He was its center. They advanced because he did, and if they failed to match his pace, he would simply kill them into usefulness. The mantle stair, where the old descent roads cut downward between shrine ruins and broken industrial terraces toward the final vault approaches, became the hinge of the whole continental front. Tushan held it. He stood at the head of a mixed defense of Salamanders' line brethren, successor detachments, guard heavy infantry, and Skitari fire blocks arranged in brutal depth along the stair's tiered descent. Above him, the smoke was black and full of red lightning. Beneath him, the old roads vanished into steam and the mutter of the world's wounded fire. The enemy came up those approaches in such density that ranged fire ceased to feel like shooting and became mere subtraction from an oncoming mass too large to count. Tushan fought with his usual economy until economy failed to matter. Berserkers hit the first terrace and died in disciplined volleys. 8-bound hit the second and tore through the wounded, before breacher reserves managed to contain them. A Lord of Skulls shouldered through a shrine wall and opened the third line with shellfire and chain cannon storms, before a night lance felled it at the cost of 2 engines and the lives of half the infantry behind them. Then Khârn's nearer warbands reached the stair itself, and the whole defense became intimate murder on sloping stone thick with blood. Tushan nearly died there. A demon engine burst from the smoke. At the same instant, a pack of 8-bound slammed into the right flank, and the chapter master was forced to turn to hold the breach before his line split. He broke the first monster's forelimb with a crushing blow, gutted the second, and took a chain axe through the left pauldron, deep enough to bite under the plate. He killed the berserker who struck him, but another hit from the side and drove him to one knee. The stair around him was already piled high with dismembered dead, friend and foe so mixed together in ruin that footing became guesswork, and every fall threatened to end in trampling, blade teeth, or the simple drowning weight of bodies. Agathon came through that carnage like a furnace door blown open. He brought fire drake reserves and drove them into the packed slope with storm shields locked and thunder hammers swinging in short, murderous arcs. The countercharge was not elegant. It could not be. They fought through piles of dead so thick some brothers climbed them rather than the blood-slick stone beneath. Agathon reached Tushan while the chapter master still knelt in the red crush, crushed the skull of the 8-bound thing, trying to tear his helm free, and hauled him upright with one gauntleted hand before turning to hammer another enemy off the stair entirely. For several long minutes, the two of them stood together amid the slaughter and became the wall. The air itself began to rot. Blood rain fell in warm red curtains from the storm layer above, not always from cloud and not always from anything mortal. Brass thunder rolled overhead with a hollow metallic note like giant plates striking together in the dark. Vox traffic became infested with prayers in unknown tongues, bleeding across channels where no speaker had keyed in. Men reported smelling hot iron through sealed helms and rebreathers. Some swore they could hear laughter buried under the shelling. Others felt an almost intimate pressure upon the skin, as though some colossal and unseen beast had lowered its muzzle to the surface of the world and was breathing in the scent of the slaughter. It felt, to those sane enough to understand terror, as if Khârn leaned close enough to smell Paraxis Magna. Vulkan saw the scale of what was coming and did something none around him expected. He stopped fighting. Only for an hour. Only for one terrible, impossible hour, while the greatest offensive of the campaign pounded against the mantle road, and every available hand was needed in the line. Yet he turned from the immediate battle and descended into the deepest forge vault, still loyal beneath the western approach. Even Khârn did not protest when the order reached him, perhaps because he knew, perhaps because he had seen the war growing toward a shape that ordinary heroics could no longer contain. The forge vault opened to Vulkan alone. There, beneath layered bronze wards and fire-sealed lock teeth, waited the relic work he had begun in transit, and the deeper inheritance of a Primarch who had once forged for the first age of war. The chamber blazed when he entered. Ancient machine spirits stirred like drakes, waking under the lash of remembered command. Racks of half-restored war gear shone with internal heat. Weapon heads, shield plates, harness locks, old seals, and reforged systems lay upon basalt anvils, or suspended in magnetic fields over white furnaces. Forge serfs and artificers withdrew to the edges at once, some kneeling, some simply frozen by the sight of him passing into the innermost heat. For 1 hour the battle raged above without Vulkan's visible hand. Khârn held. Agatone bled and broke things. Khârn tracked the final geometry toward the forge heart, while Skitarii and mortal engineers died, keeping the descent ways usable under bombardment. The loyalist lines bent and burned and somehow remained unbroken. Below, Vulkan armed himself for the end. He took up relic war gear, not as some ceremonial costume, but as a craftsman reclaiming the proper tools for a labor no lesser hand could finish. Reforged plate locked over damaged sections of his armor with furnace hiss and old authority runes. A drakework harness fed new power into systems asleep since the Great Crusade. Ancient sigils flared along shield rims and weapon heads where his hand passed over them. He set his own strength against old machine will, and there was no contest. Everything there had been waiting for him longer than most worlds remembered their founding. When he finally emerged, the war changed in the eyes of all who saw him. He came out of the forge vault, carrying reforged relic war gear that made the furnace light around him seem thin. His armor burned with old heat under the soot and blood of the campaign, repaired not to polished pageantry, but to dreadful readiness. Ancient power couplings glowed along its joints, like magma seen through cracked volcanic crust. The weapon in his hand no longer looked merely large, it looked right. A thing whose scale and weight had finally been matched to the strength that bore it. Over one arm he carried a shield of old drakework and blackened bronze, its surface scarred by forgotten wars and newly awakened with a low amber sheen. Wounded guardsmen lying in triage alcoves tried to rise when he passed and failed. Salamanders' line brethren went still in the middle of reload rituals. Even the machine priests on the upper gantries paused their binharic chatter, because some part of their augmented minds grasped that the equation of the war had altered in a way numbers alone could not express. Every survivor who saw him knew it at once. The war had just changed. The underworld of Paraxis Magna had forgotten the tread of its maker. For 10,000 years and more, the deepest vaults had slept beneath accumulating weight, beneath whole hive strata, beneath eras of labor and war and ashfall, beneath the blind confidence of those who built their current age atop foundations too old for them to name. Even in crisis, the underworks had answered only in fragments. A vent line here, a heat ward there, an old door grudgingly opening under relic script and blood. It had not awakened as a whole, because the hand for which it had been made had not walked its furnace bones since the first age of conquest. Now that hand returned. Vulkan descended through the last forge vault and into the buried arteries of Paraxis Magna, with the war still raging above him and with a stillness in him more terrible than any bellowed wrath. The rearmed plate upon him did not make him seem more ornate. It made him seem inevitable. Ancient couplings burned low along the joints of his armor like magma seen through cooling volcanic crust. The relic shield on his arm held the weight of forgotten campaigns in its scars. The hammer in his fist carried no theatrical glow. It was simply there, immense and final, as though all lesser measures of force had been discarded and only the proper instrument remained. The chamber before him was a gate of bronze and black stone, the height of a hive habstack, its surface layered in Promethean cant and machine formulae etched so deeply they might have been cut by tectonic violence rather than tool. Vulkan laid one gauntlet upon its central seal. Every lumen in the vault died. For one immense second there was only darkness, and the sound of the world breathing through old heat exchangers. Then the sigils beneath his hand flared white. The gate shuddered. Deep beyond it, systems older than many species answered in chains of awakening sound. Drake reactors coughed into life in buried throats. Sanctified machine spirits, denied true command for millennia and starved down to ritual embers, rose now in full remembrance. The mountain-deep infrastructure of Paraxis recognized its master with a hunger bordering upon devotion. Bronze conduits along the walls went from dead metal to molten-lit veins. Pressure locks groaned. Ancient turbine arrays turned. Thermal reservoirs opened their eyes. The underworld became a weapon, not metaphorically, literally. Vulkan walked forward, and the deep systems answered step for step, bringing dormant forge lines into full war state. Reactor sanctums, no current Mechanicus archive recorded, began feeding power through hidden girders and buried weapon arteries. Heat vents in distant districts changed pattern at his command and became directional furnace mouths rather than simple regulators. Defense shutters hidden in the walls of long-forgotten maintenance roads irised open to reveal old gun housings and magma projection culverts designed not for industrial use, but for extermination. The whole buried architecture of Paraxis Magna shifted from slumbering reserve to apocalyptic readiness because its maker had entered the heart of it and spoken in the old authority it could not deny. He did not become gentler for being among his own craft. He became colder. Not cruel in the broken sense of men who delight in inflicting suffering, but more absolute than before, as if the return to his forge stripped away every remaining layer of compromise. In these underworks, he was no longer merely father to the Salamanders, or savior to the frightened mortals, whispering his name with ash in their mouths. He was what the chapter had half remembered and never fully understood. The smith god of the First War Age, the keeper of final measures, the hand that could create and destroy with equal certainty, because both were part of the same burden when history reached its last and ugliest tests. He moved from shrine engine to relic relay and restored what time and neglect had broken, a shield emitter split by ancient power feedback, was opened with one twist of his hands, its inner crystal matrices realigned, its machine spirit soothed and commanded in the same breath. A collapsed thermal conduit was beaten back into true shape, with 3 hammer blows that rang through the chamber like verdicts. Control altars fused by sabotage and blood contamination came alive under the pressure of his will, and the old command script spoken aloud in a voice that made bronze tremble. The fire drakes waited for him in the chamber of the anvil march, ranked beneath hanging chains and furnace braziers, helms bowed, storm shields resting on the deck, thunder hammers grounded like oath markers. They had stood ready through days of battle and rescue, and now bore the accumulated wounds of both, ceramites scarred by chain teeth, drakescale cloaks scorched to ragged lengths, blood drying in the seams of their gauntlets. Vulkan came before them, and the chamber itself seemed to steady. He placed one hand upon the brow of the first brother in line, then the next, blessing no one with empty comfort, but with the old burden of purpose. A word to each, not grand speeches, not saga lines, direct commands shaped to the soul before him. Stand, endure, break what must be broken, guard those behind you. A fire drake need not hear more than that from the mouth of his gene-sire. Tushan approached when the rite was done, helm mag locked at his waist, one side of his armor still dark with partially dried blood from the mantle stare. He had been patched by apothecaries enough to keep fighting, and not a degree more. Khârn came with him from the side passages, carrying a newly recovered seal disc in both gauntlets, as though it were a fragment of a dead sun. Agatoni stood just beyond, battle-hard impatience held in check by discipline that was becoming sharper under Vulkan's shadow, rather than looser. Vulkan turned to them. "Tushan," he said, "take the left descent roads and lock them in our hand. Nothing crosses from the upper breaches once we commit. You will preserve the way for the living and deny it to the damned." Tushan bowed once. "It shall be done." Khârn, the right underworks, the old flanking seals, find what remains of their command and wake it. If there is one last gate or furnace artery, I may still command at the heart. I will have it. Khârn raised the seal disc. There is more than one lord. The architecture reveals itself the deeper we go. Then bring me its last obedience. Vulkan looked at Agatoni. "With me, the central path." Agatoni's answer was immediate and savage in its readiness. "Gladly, Lord." The march to the Forge Heart began under a rain of sparks and blood. The central path was no simple corridor, but a procession of descending chambers, thermal galleries, pressure bridges, machine crypts, and underways so vast they gave the lie to the common understanding of what a world's crust could hold. Through them came the enemy in converging force, not only berserkers now, but demon engines, brass priests, 8-bound hosts, and the butcher bands that had survived every prior atrocity and grown stronger for it. Vulkan hit them with Primarch-scale war. Not berserk excess, not the undisciplined red haze that made Khârn terrible in one manner. Vulkan's violence remained purposeful at every instant, and that purpose made it catastrophic. He drove forward at the center of the line, with a control so complete that each blow appeared both chosen and inevitable. A demon engine of crabbed brass and piston limbs lunged from behind a ruptured heat exchanger, its sore arms already wet with the remains of mortal engineers. Vulkan met it head-on. His hammer fell once and broke its forward chassis. He seized one of its limbs with his free hand and tore the entire machine sideways into a wall hard enough that its reactor spine burst through the plating in a fountain of black fire. Before the wreck had finished falling, he was already moving through the smoke toward the next knot of resistance. A Lord of Skulls rose to bar the central vault bridge, a mountain of iron hate mounted on grinding track housings, its maw cannons vomiting shell fire through the heat haze, while chain blades the size of hab corridors spun at either flank. Lesser men would have needed armor support, artillery, prayers to the throne, and luck no one deserved. Vulkan advanced alone into its fire. Shells burst across his shield in white flares. One struck his chest and drove him half a stride sideways. That was all it bought. He reached the machine in the middle of its own barrage, rammed the relic shield into the lower gun housing hard enough to snap armored struts, and then brought the hammer down into the crown of the engine, with enough force to cave half the upper chassis inward. The Lord of Skulls screamed through vox horns and ruptured warp conduits. Vulkan struck again, and again. Each blow drove it lower until its chain limbs flailed in useless arcs, and its furnace guts blew out from beneath it in a cataract of burning brass and machine blood. The berserker spearhead behind it should have followed the wreck through the smoke. Instead, Vulkan shattered them so completely that even the World Eaters recoiled. He met their charge on a slope of black basalt where the old path narrowed between thermal vents. Agatone and the fire drakes would have advanced in support, but the space became his in an instant, and there was no room beside him. Vulkan's hammer rose and fell. His shield drove men from their feet and into the vent mouths. He crushed one berserker's helm inward to the shoulders, tore another's chain axe arm off at the socket, and beat the warrior behind him to pulp with it before discarding the ruin. When the red wave still tried to close, he keyed the ancient vent controls in the wall with a strike of his gauntlet and turned the passage itself against them. White volcanic heat screamed sideways from the dormant mouths and took the front rank full in the torso, burning armor, flesh, and the demon gifts under both down to black residue and drifting ash. Those behind saw it, and for one brief telling moment, checked their advance. World Eaters recoiling from a foe required something beyond ordinary slaughter. Vulkan gave them that. The Salamanders rallied not in frenzy, but in greater control. That mattered. It mattered more than mortal eyes could readily grasp. Khârn made his sons less than they had been, stripping away restraint until only appetite remained, and in so doing, rendered them terrible but unstable. Vulkan did the opposite. His presence tightened every line of his chapter. Breacher formations, advanced with cleaner intervals. Fire drakes struck in shorter, deadlier rhythms because they trusted the central line would not waver. Tactical squads husbanded ammunition even in the crush because their gene sire's authority made waste feel like shame. Mortal allies fought better in the Salamanders' shadow because the green-armored giants around them no longer looked beleaguered. They looked inevitable, not drunk on battle, tempered by it. Tushan felt that shift in his flank, war at once. The left descent roads, already murderous with cult ambushes and demonic seepage, stabilized under his hand not because the pressure lessened, but because his warriors ceased reacting and resumed commanding. He held bridge vaults with half companies where whole battalions should have failed. He directed mortal retreat columns through thermal galleries, while successor brethren sealed side breaches with calm ferocity. The war around him still howled, but the Salamander's piece of it became harder, cleaner, less vulnerable to chaos exactly when the enemy hoped disorder would finish what bloodshed had begun. He stand on the right flank, found the final seal in a chamber, buried behind 3 collapsed pressure gates, and a shrine wall converted into a Khârn altar by fools who had no idea what they had desecrated. The seal disc he carried slotted into the central lock with a sound like an ancient beast drawing breath. Hidden script awoke around it, washing the chamber in white and copper light. He stand read as it unfolded, and with each line the old purpose of Pyraxis Magna sharpened. This world had never been merely a reserve forge. It had been a last resort arsenal for the end of history. Its underworks had been designed to answer the kind of wars that began when sectors failed, when fleets died, when whole civilizations buckled under forces too great for common infrastructure to resist. Mantle-fed gun arrays, buried shield vaults, extinction furnaces, war systems, meant not for governance, but for finality. Vulkan and those who had built with him had prepared Peraxis for the age when ordinary measures no longer sufficed. That age had come. Stan closed his eyes once as the implication settled in him, like a new weight on old scars. Then he took the final command string and sent it to Vulkan. "Lord," he voxed, "Peraxis was built for this. Not this enemy, perhaps, but this scale of ending. The old arsenal waits on your word." Vulkan answered at once. "Then let it wait no longer." He paused only once in his own advance. The central path had broken through a wall of chain-blade resistance and demonic spill into an old thermal tunnel network used in later ages as maintenance access and emergency labor routes. There he found survivors sheltering in the heat shadow of dead machinery. Not many, a few dozen at most, furnace workers, wounded troopers, a pair of Mechanicus adepts clinging to a damaged data reliquary, 2 children with skin reddened by heat and eyes too wide to close. Around them lay the corpses of those who had not made it this far. Agatoni would have passed them, and not from cruelty. The heart was near. Time mattered. Every breath bought elsewhere was paid for in blood. Vulkan stopped anyway. He gave one order to a rear breacher squad for the retrieval of the fallen. Not merely Astartes dead, but all loyal dead in the tunnel. No body was to be left for desecration. He gave another for the surviving non-combatants to be moved under shield guard to the nearest stabilized refuge point with highest priority, even if that forced a temporary thinning of the rear line. One firedrake hesitated, not from refusal, but from the arithmetic of war pressing against obedience. Vulkan's gaze fell on him. "Protect them," the Primarch said. The hesitation vanished. Then he turned back toward the deeper fire and resumed the march. Far ahead, in the crimson-lit approaches to the Forge Heart, Khârn felt him, coming. He stood atop a mound of split bodies, where one of the last central galleries opened into the vast underchamber roads. Around him, brass priests cut their own throats into bowls of steaming blood. 8-bound beasts paced in ragged circles, unable to contain the pressure building in the air. Demon engines vented black smoke through ruptured seals and hammered their limbs against the deck in a rhythmic violence. Khârn's armor was more blood than plate now. Wounds laced him. Some smoked, some gaped wetly. None diminished him. The kill counter runes burned across his warplate like wounds in the dark. He felt Vulkan approaching not as sound alone, nor even as the disturbance in battle reports carried to him by screaming lieutenants. He felt the Primarch in the blood, as pressure opposing pressure, as if the world had finally set one old volcano against another, and demanded they settle the matter in the deep, where all pretense died. Khârn entered a state beyond common rage. It was not frenzy exactly. Frenzy was too small a word, too human, too transient. He became instead half warrior and half living sacrament to Khârn, a murder principle narrowed into flesh and chain teeth. The world eaters nearest him felt it, and either exulted or recoiled according to how much of themselves remained. Gorachild's engine note climbed to a hungry scream. Blood evaporated from the blade in red steam. Khârn lifted his head toward the oncoming dark and smiled with every broken thing in him. Both armies converged upon the Forge Heart. The final approaches widened suddenly, after all the narrowing tunnels and broken pressure roads, opening into a chamber so immense that the mind resisted it before the eye could finish measuring. It was large enough to swallow cathedrals whole. Great basalt terraces descended around its circumference in concentric war roads. Bronze heat spines plunged from the unseen heights into the abyssal center like the roots of a metal forest. Rivers of magma ran through channelways broad as boulevards. Suspended above the central dark hung old forge platforms, shrine bridges, and the newer obscenities of cornate grafting, all dangling in layers of chain, smoke, blood mist, and failing lumen fire. The chamber was so deep that every shout, every shell burst, every chain-blade cry echoed back not once but many times, warped and lengthened until the whole place seemed to answer every act of violence with its own infernal memory. It echoed like hell. And into that depth, from opposing approaches, came Vulkan and Khârn with their armies at their backs and the fate of the world waiting below. The forge heart of Paraxis Magna was not a chamber so much as a buried world beneath the world above. It opened below the converging vault roads in such enormity that distance lost honest proportion. Skull mountains rose in black-red terraces where the world eaters had heaped the dead against ancient basalt retaining walls and fed there. Hollow eyes toward the abyssal center. Magma falls thundered from fractured mantle spines high overhead, pouring in incandescent curtains down broken bronze ribs and shattered forge gantries to vanish into the deeper fire below. The half-buried carcasses of god machines lay where they had fallen in some war so old that even the current age had forgotten the names of its dead. Their titan skulls split open, reactor cores ripped cold, their broken forms now used as altars and firing platforms by men too savage to know reverence except through desecration. Blood-fed shrines rose in obscene counterpoint to the old drakework, brass pylons hammered into sanctified stone, sacrificial basins overflowing into channels cut toward the central machinery beneath the chamber floor. The whole place stank of hot iron, open bodies, machine oil, sulfur, and the wet animal reek of slaughter held too long in enclosed heat. Into that depth came both armies. They did not arrive as clean lines. No, such purity remained in the campaign. They came in layered surges through smoke, blood mist, and furnace haze. Salamanders descending under controlled intervals and shield discipline, reinforced by grim remnants of successor kin, Skitari maniples, battered guard support companies, and the hard few surviving engineers who still knew which old doors might be made to close. Opposite them, the world eaters came as rupture, flood, and contagion. Berserker tides, 8-bound shock packs, brass priests screaming through slit throats, demon engines clanking and shrieking over the corpse mounds, cult legions forcing themselves forward between transhuman giants in the mad belief that nearness to the center of the right would make their deaths meaningful. At the heart of it, Khârn waited in motion, not upon a throne, not behind his warbands, not under the shelter of his priests or the bulk of his engines. He led from the front, exactly as he must. To hide behind ritualists would have been dishonor. To let machine or demon gain the first blood where his own hand might claim, it would have been weakness. Khârn was not served best by architecture, nor by ceremony, nor by the mutterings of brass-collared lunatics. He was served by direct murder, by the opened throat, by the impact blow, by the hand that struck hardest and did not flinch. Khârn honored his god in the oldest way. Across the converging loyalist line, Vulkan advanced through the center like a moving furnace wall. He did not hurry. He did not need to. Around him, bolter storms burst against shield and plate in constant white impact flares. Chain-axe swarms flung themselves in by the dozen. Melter bursts clawed glowing wounds through the smoke. Demon things leapt from rupture wells and magma shadows, with blade limbs spread and mouths yawning into impossible geometry. He endured all of it, with the crushing inevitability of a volcanic front. Shots struck him and mattered only enough to mark the place where the next enemy would die. Chain axes bit into the relic shield and broke teeth. A demon claw scored across his left pauldron and came away trailing sparks and black blood. A melter wash burned one side of his cuirass white and left the metal hissing. He did not slow. Every step of his march remade the ground around him. One berserker vanished under his hammer in a blow that drove fragments of armor into the warriors behind him, hard enough to kill 2 more. An 8-bound thing sprang for his throat and was caught in the shield face, crushed against it, and hurled into a magma channel where it burst like rotten fruit under heat and pressure. A demon engine of brass and chain limbs lunged from behind a titan's shattered knee, and Vulkan met it with 3 blows so fast and so heavy that the machine ceased to be a coherent object and became only scattered ruin falling in different directions. The chapter-wide war continued around him without pause. Khârn drove left toward the broken pressure galleries, where demonic seepage had widened into full breaches along the old thermal seams. He brought Fire Drake reserve blocks and Salamanders line brethren into those wound mouths, and sealed them not with prayer alone, but with annihilating force. Promethium gushed in sanctified floods. Melter charges collapsed bridgeways. Heavy flamers turned demon flesh into shrieking silhouettes that retained shape only long enough to die twice. Khârn himself fought at the lip of the worst breach, cutting down brass-horned things as they tried to birth themselves fully into the chamber, while tech marines reset old warding glyphs in the basalt under his guard. Agatone took the right and made it a place where no priest of Khârn kept breath long enough to finish his blasphemy. The brass-voxed hierophants of the blood god had nested among the altar ridges and half-buried titan wrecks overlooking the central floor, each one feeding the blood engine through sacrifice bowls, chants, and the measured butchery of captured defenders dragged to the edge of the central channels. Agatone hit them with the joyless ferocity of a man who knew exactly what such work required. Fire drakes climbed skull mountains under incoming fire, storm shields ringing with bolt impacts and sacrificial blades alike. Agatone reached the first altar and shattered its priest from chest to pelvis with a hammer stroke that sprayed burning blood across the rune basin. He kicked the body into the channel and turned to the next, before the corpse had fully settled into the red flow. Around him his veterans broke altars, burned icon poles, and cut down the chanting attendants until the whole ridge became a collapsing line of smashed brass and interrupted blasphemy. Khârn descended deeper still, not toward spectacle, but toward function. His objective was the reinforcement flow. The World Eaters could not be allowed to keep feeding the central chamber from the converging subroutes and lower galleries. With chosen brethren and Mechanicus adepts at his back, he fought through old pressure locks and maintenance roads drowned in blood and darkness, working from seal point to seal point with the recovered command codes and ancient discs of authority won from the underworks. Every lock closed behind him starved the World Eaters of another tributary of bodies. Every gate he awakened shifted the arithmetic of the heart chamber slightly away from apocalypse and back towards survivable ruin. Still Khârn came. He crossed the central floor through shell bursts, through the death of his own warriors, through the detonating collapse of altars and the thunder of orbital strikes punching down from the broken upper world. He moved with red velocity, faster than anything so large had a right to move, each step placed by some butcher's instinct, sharpened to the edge of sorcery. Gorechild screamed in his hands. He laughed through pain, through incoming fire, through the roar of magma, and guns, and the dying. Several times a wound that should have slowed an Astartes only made him seem more complete, as though blood loss and fury did not compete within him, but fed one another. Vulkan saw him through the smoke, above a river of molten slag, running between the old central platforms and the final ascent to the forge mechanisms below. Between them, the war still raged. Salamanders and World Eaters hacked and shot and burned one another across ridges of corpse mounds and broken titan armor. Demon engines vomited fire from the flanks. Mortal auxiliaries died by the score trying to hold firing lines in a place no human had been meant to stand. Yet the chamber itself seemed to narrow around the two central figures until everything else became frame and witness. Khârn leapt the Slag River. There was no run-up worthy of the distance. No sane physics would have permitted it. He simply came, hurtling through the furnace haze with Gorechild raised, red armor haloed by the back. Light of molten stone. Vulkan met him in the same instant, hammer rising from low guard with the full weight of his transhuman mass and ancient plate behind it. Weapon met weapon. The strike burst armored men nearby into ruin. The shockwave tore two battling Astartes off their feet and dashed them against a broken altar wall hard enough to crack breastplates. A cultist mob packed too close to the impact point simply ceased to hold human arrangement and became wet debris thrown into the slag. The basalt under Vulkan and Khârn fractured in a spider web half the breadth of the bridge. One of the old bronze heat conductors split with a report like a Titan gun and vented white fire upward between them. They struck again. Khârn was almost impossible. That was the horror of him in earnest duel. Not merely his speed, though that speed bordered upon the absurd, but the rhythm. He fought with the terrible world-eater cadence of butcher's instinct and divine favor, all feints made from genuine killing intent, and all recovery angles turned immediately into further attack. Gorechild came high, low, inside, outside, one moment seeking Vulkan's throat, the next the knee joint, the next a diagonal carve at the shoulder seam, as if Khârn already knew where every potential weakness lay. He laughed when Vulkan's hammer clipped his side hard enough to stove in armor and break the ribcage beneath it. He laughed harder when his own chain axe bit under Vulkan's shield rim and tore a chunk of relic plating away in a fountain of sparks. Vulkan was heavier than fate. He took wounds. That mattered. This was no ceremonial execution, no grand primarchal display where the lesser foe existed only to be crushed. Khârn drew blood. Gorechild tore a deep line across Vulkan's thigh guard and into the flesh beneath, and black-red blood hit the cracked bridge in smoking drops. Another strike raked across Vulkan's upper torso and opened the newly repaired plate enough to show the dark muscle under it. Yet the Primarch refused ground in a manner more terrible than mere invulnerability. He bled and did not yield. He absorbed the red assault and answered with blows that broke more than armor. When his hammer connected cleanly, it broke bone, machine spirit coherence, posture, and the reality immediately around the target. One descending strike caught Khârn across the right shoulder and drove him to one knee through a burst of shattered brass, broken plate, and pulverized stone. Another slammed into the side of the betrayer's helm hard enough to rip the thing half free and send blood and teeth spinning across the floor. Lesser beings would already have died under what each was doing to the other. Around them, the war never stopped. Tushan lost 3 brothers sealing the northern breach, and then took the demon standard-bearer's head off himself before ordering the breach mouth collapsed under sanctified charges. Agathon reached the highest altar ridge and killed the last of the brass priests there, only to turn and find fresh berserker reinforcements swarming up from a route Histan had not yet closed. He met them on a bridge made slippery by blood and priest fat, while fire drakes burned the altar basins dry behind him. Histan himself fought in a side chamber so thick with steam and old machine smoke that every blow had to be guided by target runes and instinct, all while a Mechanicus adept beside him bled out over an awakening seal console and still managed to complete the final lock cycle with one remaining augmetic hand. The duel stood within that larger ruin and took its meaning from it. Every swing of hammer and chain axe was framed by screaming troops, exploding engines, bursting conduits, and the death cries of a world trying to decide whether it would remain a world at all. There was no isolation, no clean circle of honor, only the central violence of 2 age-born monsters fighting while empires burned around them. Khârn wounded Vulkan badly enough to prove that. He took a hammer blow to the chest that would have folded a dreadnought sarcophagus and answered it with a sudden low lunge almost too fast to track. Gorechild came under the Primarch's guard and tore upward through plate and flesh along Vulkan's left side, biting deep enough to throw black blood across both of them and wrench a grunt from the Primarch's throat, so raw it sounded like stone breaking in fire. The nearest Salamanders who saw it froze for one heartbeat in naked shock. Khârn surged into that wound, like a beast scenting the opened flesh. Vulkan answered by crushing the side of Khârn's body in return. He abandoned the neat killing arc of the hammer and simply stepped in, caught the betrayer by the torso with shield edge and gauntlet, and rammed him bodily into a broken Titan plate, hard enough to crater it. Before Khârn could recover, Vulkan's hammer rose from close range and came down on the Red Warlord's forearm. Gorechild stayed in Khârn's grasp only because no ordinary physiology governed him anymore. Bone snapped. Armor exploded outward in jagged petals. The chain axe dipped for a heartbeat, and in that heartbeat, Vulkan hit him again across the ribs, caving plate inward and throwing blood from Khârn's mouth in a dark spray. Still, the betrayer laughed. Still he came. Then the blood engine activated anyway. At first, no one understood what the new sound was. The chamber was already full of gun thunder, magma roar, demon shrieks, vox static, and the impacts of titanic combat. Yet beneath those noises, a deeper note began to build, one felt through the souls before it was fully heard, a wet, mechanical thrum, a heartbeat made from furnaces and opened veins. The skull mountains along the chamber walls started to glow from within their eye sockets. Blood channels running through the floor brightened to arterial crimson. The old drake work beneath the central abyss answered the accumulated sacrifice despite all the altars Agatone had broken, despite all the gates Histan had sealed, despite all the dead burned out of the lower districts. The engine had enough. Great brass-rimmed valves hidden in the floor, irised open and vented steam the color of clotting blood. Ancient forged spines shuddered as corruption seized their sanctified lines. The central abyss far below the duel began to shine with a red that was not magma alone. Demonic voices rose through the heat in ecstatic chorus. Men on both sides faltered, some in dread, some in joy. Vulkan and Khârn broke apart for the span of a breath, and both looked down. The war had become more than a duel. Now it was also a race against planetary damnation. The forge heart inverted by degrees too monstrous for any sane engineer to have named. At first it was only corruption in the old systems. Sanctified bronze conduits that had once carried obedient heat began to throb with arterial light. Ancient rune lines cut in Vulkan's age to direct furnace force toward bastion shields and mantle-fed war engines bled red through their own inscriptions, as if the stone remembered every throat opened above it, and now sought to echo that memory in fire. Then the change deepened. Metal screamed, not metaphorically. Iron ribs buried in the walls and bridgeways let out long, flensing notes under stresses no machine spirit should have endured. A chorus of tortured alloy rising above gun thunder and chainblade roar until the whole forge heart seemed to shriek at its own desecration. Magma ran black-red. The old golden orange of the mantle glow darkened with spreading taint until the falls and channels resembled rivers of blood shot through with furnace light, thick and luminous and wrong in a manner that made the eye ache. Steam rolled up from the chasms, carrying with it the smell of open bodies and hot iron, of butchered abattoirs and overworked forge floors fused together into one suffocating atmosphere. Every breath taken within the chamber tasted of copper and burned marrow. Helm filters clogged. Mortal lungs failed. Even Astartes felt the air as a thing pressing inward, trying to enter through every seam and weakness. The battle responded as flesh responds to a wound. It tightened. It spasmed. It became less like war and more like some terminal convulsion of the world's hidden organs. Khârn entered his final ascent in that corruption, as if it had been prepared solely for him. He was already ruined by common measures. Armor split in a dozen places, one arm hanging wrong from the hammerwork Vulkan had laid into it, blood pouring from rents across chest, helm, and thigh. yet each injury made him appear less human and more distilled, as though what was being stripped away by pain and damage were the last disguises of ordinary flesh. The red around him moved with him. Gorechild's scream rose into a pitch beyond machine noise and became something like a hunting cry. His kill counter runes burned so hot along his plate that they looked hammered into him fresh with every heartbeat. He came on through steam and demonic glow, not as a wounded warlord refusing death, but as the living edge of Khârn's will sharpened down to one murder point aimed at Vulkan's throat. He killed a Salamanders veteran on the way without even seeming to notice him. The brother stepped in from the left flank with shield high and thunderhammer already descending, doing precisely what doctrine and courage demanded of him when the betrayer exposed his side in the wake of a missed cut. Khârn's backswing took the veteran through the middle. Ceramite, secondary heart, spine, and the lower part of the shield all left the body in different directions. Khârn was already past the falling halves before they struck the bridge. Vulkan met the rush with the full, brutal authority of a Primarch. There was no flourish in him, no attempt at elegance to match Khârn's impossible red speed. He fought as if the truest answer to a chain axe was more mass, more certainty, more annihilating force applied exactly where it could not be borne. His shield crashed into Khârn's advance and bled off the first murdering angle. His hammer came in short and direct, not swinging for spectacle, but for breakage. Khârn cut high. Vulkan forced the blow aside with the shield rim and answered with a strike that caved in a brass-rimmed altar pillar behind the betrayer and showered both of them in molten fragments. Khârn ducked inside and went for the throat. Vulkan caught the haft of Gorechild under one gauntlet, let the chain teeth bite sparks and blood from his palm, and drove his browplate into Khârn's helm so hard the Red Warlord reeled blind for a heartbeat. That was how the duel went now. Not beautiful, not ceremonial, crushing, direct, each denying the other ground by force rather than finesse. Each seeking not the perfect opening of a duelist's school, but the blunt and terminal damage that ended all further openings. Around them, the chamber war grew more feral. Salamanders and world-eaters fought like beasts around dueling gods, driven beyond coherent formation by collapsing bridges, demonic seepage, and the simple physical truth that too many bodies had been packed into too little surviving ground. Firedrakes grappled with eight-bound things along the edges of magma channels and vanished together into the black-red flow below. Berserkers clawed and hacked their way over skull mounds, only to be burned off them by flamer teams fighting knee-deep in the dead. Mortal auxiliaries on both sides ceased to resemble armies and became clots of killing and dying around altar bases, ruined titan limbs, shattered forge emitters, and any patch of stone not yet split open by the groaning heart beneath. The death toll climbed so high that even the air began chanting. It came first through vox static, broken syllables on every frequency, prayer, fragments, curses, screams, battle orders, names of the dead, all caught and repeated and modulated by warp pressure until the chamber seemed to whisper with 1,000 disembodied throats. Then the chanting ceased to be an artifact of machines alone. It rolled up from the blood mist, from the magma steam, from the bronze ribs of the chamber itself, not words any sane man would choose to understand, but rhythm, beat, exultation, a hideous gathering liturgy keeping time with the pulse of the blood engine as it forced itself deeper into the Drakeforge's ancient systems. Tushan and Hastan fought to silence that pulse. On the western terraces, Tushan reached the last standing artery of the upper blood lattice, a cascade of sacrificial channels flowing from shattered altar ridges into a bronze collector throat above the forge abyss. It was defended by berserkers and demon things in such numbers that the bridge before it vanished under bodies and muzzle flashes. Tushan led, the breach anyway. He went through the front rank with methodical wrath, each blow chosen to clear space for the brothers behind him rather than indulge the heat of combat. Fire drakes locked in around him. Successor brethren poured sanctified promethium into the channel mouths. Guard sappers, half mad with fear, sprinted charges into position under Salamander's shield cover. When the final conduit burst, it did not simply rupture. It folded inward, dragging priests, dead, living, and a whole wedge of berserker reinforcement down into a geyser of steam and burning blood. The chant in the air faltered for a heartbeat. On the eastern pressure roads, Khârn found the last command node still able to influence the lower lattice directly. It lay behind a sealed door, overrun by brass runes and handprints where cultists had tried to force meaning out of architecture far older than their theology. Khârn cut them down in a blaze of melter fire, jammed the final ancient seal into place, and spoke the old authority into the lock, while enemy rounds sparked from the stone around him. The door obeyed. More importantly, the systems behind it obeyed. Great buried shutters slammed shut across secondary blood channels. Thermal purges ignited through side arteries. A whole section of the corrupted geometry went dark in one violent sweep. Khârn keyed the result to Vulkan as the chamber shook beneath fresh detonations. The lattice collapses, Lord, most of it. The engine cannot sustain full inversion by structure alone, which meant Khârn's chance to win had shifted. No longer ritual victory, no longer the certainty of world damnation through accumulated architecture of slaughter. The blood engine still lived. The forge heart still shook and screamed beneath the corruption. But if Khârn wanted the triumph completed now, it would have to come through the oldest and purest method of all: personal triumph. Khârn felt that truth with the clarity of instinct. His laughter changed. It lost breadth and became narrower, more intimate, more dangerous. He no longer fought as the apex of a great ritual swarm. He fought as a champion, with one final proof to offer. Vulkan dead at his feet, Vulkan's skull above the forge heart. That would be enough now. Enough to reclaim in murder what the collapsing lattice had failed to secure in structure. He attacked like a falling execution blade. The final berserker rush came without warning, because Khârn himself was warning enough. He vanished into a blur of red motion, cut low under Vulkan's hammerline, rebounded off a split altar plinth with impossible speed, and brought Gorechild around in a head-taking arc so savage that the very air shrieked before the chain teeth reached target. Vulkan caught it, not cleanly. The axe bit through the relic shield rim, chewed through blackened bronze and sanctified drakework, smashed on into the upper edge of Vulkan's gorget, and tore a savage channel of sparks, blood, and broken plate across the side of his neck and shoulder. The wound was deep enough to kill any lesser being several times over. Black-red blood sheeted down the Primarch's chest. The impact drove him half a stride sideways and made the cracked bridge under both warriors buckle. He tanked the wound. That was the only truthful phrasing left to it. He accepted the damage, let the blow spend itself in armor, shield, muscle, and transhuman obstinacy, rather than in retreat, and answered before Khârn had fully recovered the axe. The first return strike was the shield. Vulkan drove it into Khârn's chest with such force that the Red Warlord left his feet and smashed through the nearest blood altar in an explosion of brass plates, severed skull chains, and sacrificial slurry. Khârn rolled through the wreckage, trying to recover his footing. Vulkan was already on him. The hammer came down across Khârn's ribs. The sound was not human. It was architecture failing. Plate burst inward. Bone went with it. Khârn's body bent around the blow and coughed blood in a sheet across the basalt. The second blow took the damaged arm. Vulkan struck not at the weapon, but just above it, targeting the shoulder and upper humerus with the cold intelligence of a smith breaking flawed metal at the joint. Khârn's arm shattered. Armor peeled open in red and brass petals. Gorechild dropped from fingers, that had finally been taught there were limits to grip. Khârn still tried to rise. He did so on one knee first, snarling through broken teeth, reaching with the good hand for the fallen axe, or perhaps simply to launch himself bodily at Vulkan's throat and bite if no other weapon remained. Vulkan kicked him in the chest hard enough to throw him backward through the rubble of another broken altar, and then closed once more before the betrayer could reclaim motion. The third blow was the one that drove him to his knees for truth. It landed across the upper torso and shoulder line, already crushed and ruined by the earlier hits, and forced Khârn down onto both knees in the blood and shards. One arm hung in useless ruin. Ribs stood wrong beneath the caved chest plate. Half his helm was gone. Blood poured down his body in steaming torrents. Still, his eyes burned with hate bright enough to shame suns. The greatest mortal champion Khârn had ever made knelt in the forge heart of Pyraxis Magna, with Vulkan standing over him. Around them the battle seemed to draw one impossible breath. Even the demonic chanting in the air wavered. Vulkan raised the hammer for the killing stroke. He did not speak. There was no need. No speech could improve what the moment already contained. Duty, wrath, the ending of a monster, the denial of a god's chosen claim upon a world already too bloodied by delay. Then the battlefield answered upward, not as miracle, not as clean intervention, not as some saintly hand descending through ordered light. Khârn's claim came as a violent seizure of reality. Every drop of spilled blood in the chamber seemed to convulse at once. The rivers in the floor channels burst upward in whipping columns. The blood caked on skull mountains, armor seams, altar stones, dead faces, and broken machine housings liquefied and rose in sheets. A crimson warp rent tore open above the forge heart, not like a door opening, but like a wound being ripped wider by claws from the far side. Brass thunder struck hard enough to split the hearing of mortal men and send Astartes stumbling. The air itself became a tidal wave of sacrificial force. A storm made from every life opened in that chamber, and every scream given to the blood god's notice. It hit Vulkan in the instant before the hammer fell. The Primarch's blow descended through crimson light and struck only blood and emptiness. Khârn was torn upward from death's edge by raw ownership. Not lifted gently, not translated with any elegance the mind could bear. The tide of blood force wrapped him, seized him, and ripped him bodily backward through the air. His broken body arched in that current like a corpse jerked on invisible chains. Gorechild came with him, wrenched from the ground in a red spiral. The warp rent above split wider just long enough to reveal impossible brass geometry and a darkness packed with battle sound. Then Khârn was gone into it. Vulkan's hammer completed its arc into the basalt, where the betrayer had knelt and cracked the bridge from edge to edge in a detonation of stone, steam, and red light. For one heartbeat, no one moved. Then, the forge heart began to tear itself apart. Robbed of the kill, denied the clean ending bought by blood and burden, Vulkan stood amid the collapsing chamber while bronze ribs screamed, magma channels burst their banks, and the desecrated heart of Pyraxis Magna shuddered toward ruin around him. The forge heart did not die cleanly. Nothing upon Pyraxis Magna had done so, for many days, and the desecrated underworld proved no exception. After the crimson rent snapped shut, and the last echoes of brass thunder rolled away into whatever impossible distance had claimed Khârn, the chamber gave up all remaining pretense of stability. Bronze ribs screamed themselves apart. Sanctified heat lines burst in showers of white fire and black-red steam. Skull mountains slumped and avalanched down the basalt terraces in rattling cataracts of grinning death. Magma surged from ruptured channels and swallowed whole sections of the battle floor, where Astartes, cultists, demons, and machines alike still struggled in the ruins. The old drakework, violated to the edge of permanent inversion and then violently denied its final corruption, reacted like a wounded god machine tearing at its own flesh. Vulkan did not linger in grief or frustration. There would be time for both later, if such things were ever truly granted to beings like him. He moved at once, his voice carrying through the collapsing forge heart with the same cold authority that had once commanded worlds into compliance and now commanded them away from damnation. Retreat vectors were issued, salvage priorities were named. The living were ordered toward the surviving vault roads, while the mortally wounded were gathered or granted swift endings according to the brutal arithmetic the age had made necessary. Tushan and Agatone dragged the broken remnants of their formations out through falling fire and cracking stone. Histan, still bloodied from the sealing of the last lattice arteries, keyed emergency reversals into whatever old systems the chamber had not yet shed in its death throes, opening one final series of blast gates before the bronze lockworks fused forever under the strain. The Loyalists escaped by minutes and by miracles, and the difference between the two had long since ceased to matter on Peraxis Magna. When the deepest vault behind them finally went up, it did not merely explode. It imploded inward for one vast and sucking instant, dragging air, fire, bodies, and broken stone toward the central wound, and then it answered that impossible compression with a detonation that made the entire world seem to stumble on its axis. Great plumes of black-red flame burst from the mantle vents beneath Cinderspire. Shrine towers collapsed in distant hive belts. Ash storms rolled outward across continents already made into graveyards. Whole sections of the lower city sank, taking the last of the Blood Engine's visible architecture with them into a furnace darkness from which nothing came back. Victory, when it finally settled over the survivors in the hours that followed, was victory only by the standards of the 41st millennium. Peraxis Magna survived. That simple statement contained such ruin that no sane civilization would have recognized it as triumph. Whole hive strata were dead, burned hollow, or collapsed into slag and ash beneath the purge, and the final convulsions of the forge heart. Continents of trenchworks and refinery belts were black scars visible from orbit, their former populations reduced to statistics too large and too unstable ever to be counted properly. Void stations still burned in ragged halos over the world. Ash oceans had boiled in places where falling wreckage and vented magma had struck them, leaving steaming poison mists drifting across broken shorelines. Millions had been burned by loyal order. Millions more had been butchered by the World Eaters. Millions beyond that had simply vanished into rubble, venting, stampede, contamination, or the nameless tally of war's incidental cruelties. The human cost was measured in the uncountable, and because the Salamanders were what they were, they turned from extermination to rescue without pause. The same warriors who had spent the last hours crushing berserkers, sealing demon breaches, and watching the deepest heart of the world try to become an altar, now formed shield cordons across slag fields and collapsed tunnel mouths. Fire drakes laid aside the immediacy of killing to lift broken ferrocrete with hands still wet from enemy blood. Apothecaries crawled into thermal fissures and transit cave-ins where only the smallest lumen traces suggested breath still remained. Forge serfs and mortal auxilia followed in chains of labor, dragging field medici kits, water, respirator masks, grapnels, and the battered litters that had become the furniture of this war. Throughout the surviving vox nets, names began to be spoken. Not casualty numbers. Names. The names of battle brothers who had fallen in the lower roads. The names of serfs who had died loading melter reserves or holding triage lanes under fire. The names of mortal officers who had kept their lines intact long enough for others to live. The names of those too broken to be recovered whole, spoken into the static with the old Promethean gravity of a people who believed memory was one more duty the living owed the dead. Other names came from the civilians too, Lost children called by parents moving through ash fields with blank eyes. Husbands and brothers and sisters shouted into collapsed vents on the impossible chance someone beneath might still answer. The whole planet became a choir of retrieval, mourning, and stubborn labor. Vulkan moved among it all like a walking indictment and a necessary hope. Mortal survivors still knelt when he passed, though now their reverence had changed. It was no longer the stunned desperation of those seeing an impossible savior amid battle. It had become something harder, sadder, more intimate. They knew now what his return had cost them, as well as what it had preserved. The fire that had denied Khârn the world had also taken their kin, their districts, their histories, and entire generations who had not lived long enough to deserve judgment of any kind. Yet he had remained. He had come down from the line and into the caves and ruins where the weak huddled. He had borne witness. He had not lied to them with easy phrases or hidden from their eyes behind ceremony. Khârn and Khârn found him at the edge of a collapsed refuge basin, where salvage crews were still digging through layers of slag and fallen shrine masonry for any sign of life. The sky above Paraxis Magna was a bruise of ash and distant fire. The horizon burned in 100 places. Between those blazes, columns of smoke stood like black pillars supporting a heaven already broken. Neither of them approached as accusers. They approached as sons. That made the thing between them far harder. Khârn removed his helm and held it beneath one arm. The left side of his face was marked by fresh cautery and old blood. Khârn looked more worn than Khârn had ever seen him, not in body alone, but in soul, as if the ending of one quest and the beginning of another had struck him in the same hour and left no part of him untouched. "My lord," Khârn said. Vulkan turned to face them. For a time, none spoke. Around them, salvage servitors ground and clicked. Somewhere below, a muffled cry went up as another survivor was dragged free from beneath the ruin. Farther off, artillery still boomed, where isolated pockets of traitors and warp-touched filth were being reduced to certainty. At last, Khârn said, "They will call this salvation." Vulkan's gaze shifted toward the distant fire line, where whole lower districts had become glassing scars upon the world. It was survival. "That is not the same thing," Khârn said. "No," Vulkan replied, "it is not." The chapter master's voice did not rise. He did not challenge or posture. Sorrow gave his words all the weight they needed. Millions died by our order. Yes. They died because we chose to burn them rather than let the world fall entire. Yes. Khârn stepped forward then, and there was grief in him, deeper than argument. What father must we now be to our people in this age, if that is true? Vulkan looked upon both of them, and in that look there was no defensiveness. No attempt to divide the guilt into shares so that each might carry less. That was not his way. It was one of the reasons his sons loved him, and one of the reasons his return could wound them so much more deeply than any other Primarchs might have done. The kind that does not turn away from what his hand has done, Vulkan said. He looked back across the burning basin and the laborers moving through it like insects around a corpse too vast to consume. I ordered the fire. I knew what it would take. I knew not all the innocent would be carried clear. The dead beneath those strata are mine as surely as any slain by my hammer. I will not excuse it to you. I will not excuse it to myself. If I am to be father to my sons and guardian to the weak in this age, then I will bear the weight this age requires, rather than pretend there exists some cleaner road which I was too blind to find. Khârn lowered his head, not in agreement without pain, but in recognition. Khârn's expression tightened. Then the burden is real. It has always been real, Vulkan said. Absence did not lighten it. My return does not sanctify it. It only names the hand that bears it. There, in the soot and aftermath of a world saved by atrocity, the relationship between them changed. not into ease, not into simple reconciliation. Something sterner, more mature than reverence alone. Tushan and Hestan understood, perhaps more fully than before, what it meant that their gene-sire had returned not as a legend to comfort them, but as a living father who could judge, protect, command, and condemn in equal measure. Khârn's name rose then from a nearby command vox, where recovery officers were summarizing the last battlefield intelligence from the Forge Heart. A lieutenant, exhausted, beyond fear, said, "The enemy champion is gone. No remains confirmed." Vulkan's eyes did not soften. "Khârn was not spared by strength," he said, and the nearby officers fell silent to hear him. "He was spared by ownership." No one mistook his meaning. "Chaos keeps its finest monsters," Vulkan continued, "not because they deserve life, but because the gods spend them where future wars require. He was stolen from death because blood still has use for him. Humanity will bleed for that theft again." The word spread, as all words spoken by a Primarch spread in the age of broken signal and desperate rumor. Across Piraxis Magna, they moved through surviving regiments, through shipboard command decks in orbit, through astropathic choirs already preparing transmission packets for the wider Imperium. Then outward still, beyond the wounded world and its local catastrophe, into the greater fever of a galaxy too large to hold certainty for long but always ready to nourish rumor until it became belief. A Primarch has returned. Not Guilliman of Ultramar, the statesman and regent already become known in many sectors as the face of restored imperial command. Another, a darker figure. The black-skinned Forge Father of the 18th, Lord of Nocturne, Vulkan lives. The certainty of it ignited different fires in different hearts. On some worlds it became inspiration, on others, disbelief. In high command circles, it became a problem of doctrine and deployment before it became wonder. In shrine worlds and war zones, it became prayer almost instantly. Among the sons of Vulkan, it did something deeper. It ended one life and began another. Hestan understood that, before any of them fully named it. For so long, the relic quest had defined the Salamanders' relationship to absence. The search for the artifacts of their father had given purpose to hope, structure to devotion, and shape to the promise that Vulkan might one day walk again if his line proved worthy. And the signs aligned. Now the father stood in the flesh. The quest, in that sense, was over. And yet it had only just begun, because the return of Vulkan transformed the Salamanders from a chapter searching for its lost Primarch into the nucleus of something larger and far more dangerous. A crusading center, a gathering flame around which successor kin, Promethean brotherhoods, and war-riven imperial sectors might rally. The relics no longer pointed backward toward a hoped-for reunion. They pointed forward toward a greater campaign, toward the wars at the end of history, for which Piraxis Magna had been built, and which the galaxy now plainly required. In a place far from Piraxis, where no honest light entered and no silence existed without battle beneath it, Khârn awoke. He came back to himself in brass shadow and endless war sound. The ground beneath him was a metal plain scored by old blades and fresh blood rivulets. Towers rose in the distance like stacked skulls beaten into architecture. Thunder rolled without weather. Chain teeth screamed somewhere far off and somewhere very near. The air smelled of old slaughter, hot iron, and the breath of things too vast to name. He lay broken when awareness found him. Ribs caved. One arm rebuilt only enough to hurt. Armor hanging in ruined sections from a body that had been denied its deserved ending and dragged elsewhere by force beyond all honest combat. He rolled onto one knee and spat blood black as old murder. There was no gratitude in him, no kneeling praise, no exultation at being spared. Khârn was not made for thankfulness, least of all to the god who owned him. He knew what had happened. Not every detail, perhaps, but enough. Vulkan had beaten him, broken him, driven him to his knees, and raised the killing blow. Khârn had stolen the ending from both of them, because the war to come required Khârn alive more than it required Khârn avenged. He hated it. He hated Vulkan for the strength that had brought him so low. He hated survival purchased by intervention rather than blood-earned continuation. He hated the unfinished duel most of all, because nothing in him could bear the thought of that moment remaining unresolved. Gorechild lay near, half buried in black-red dust. He rose, every movement an agony and a promise, and went to take it up with his good hand. When his fingers closed around the haft, the endless battle sound around him seemed to sharpen in approval. Khârn bared his teeth into the brass dark. No vow passed his lips. Such things were for lesser champions and men who needed language to make hatred real. The fury in him was already complete. It would carry him back into the mortal galaxy in time, maimed perhaps, but more terrible for what he had seen of his own near death and for the Primarch who had almost delivered it. Upon Paraxis Magna, the fires continued to burn. They would burn for weeks in the lower belts and for years in memory. Recovery would take generations, and even then much of the world would remain scar tissue built over deeper wounds that no labor force could truly heal. But the Forge Heart was denied. The world still belonged, however tenuously, to mankind. Vulkan stood upon a ridge of black glass above the shattered outskirts of Cinderspire and looked over the horizon of his saved and damned victory. Tushan and Histan stood behind him, not intruding upon the silence, merely present within it, as sons who now understood that presence itself could be a form of duty. The horizon burned in broken lines. Ash moved in long grey veils across the foreground. Somewhere in the distance, rescue horns sounded from a trench sink where more survivors had been found. Elsewhere, execution fire marked the cleansing of one last corrupted pocket. Above all of it, the sky remained wounded, red and black, and full of slow-falling debris from a void war not yet entirely cold. At length, Vulkan spoke. This was not a battle won. His voice carried into the hot wind and over the ash fields below. It was the opening strike. He turned then, ember-eyed and black against the burning world, and in that turn was no relief. Only purpose hardened by what Paraxis Magna had demanded and what the galaxy would demand next. "Let the Imperium hear it," he said. "The war to come has already begun.